Good evening, everyone. The West Hollywood City Council meeting will begin momentarily. If everyone could mute their microphones until it is their turn to speak, that would be good. Thank you so much.
Madam City Clerk, I don't see our city attorney or city manager here yet, but I know we have the council, so just let me know when we're ready to go.
We're both here.
Okay, very good.
They were hiding.
So are we ready to begin?
Yes, ma'am, we are live. Thank you.
All right, very good. In compliance with California Governor Gavin Newsom's executive order to protect public health and prevent the spread of COVID-19, this city council meeting is being conducted by a teleconference on the city's website and is also provided on a wide array of streaming media platforms to offer access to the public to the fullest extent possible. WehoTV staff have confirmed that this city council meeting is currently streaming successfully on Spectrum Channel 10 and online at weho.org/WehoTV. And in addition, and as a courtesy, this meeting is also successfully streaming on the city's YouTube channel at youtube.com/WehoTV and on Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, and Android TV. WehoTV staff monitor this broadcast on all platforms throughout the meeting and will notify the city clerk and council should broadcast disruptions arise. Please do not interrupt the live meeting by calling or texting the city council about difficulties viewing the meeting. If you're experiencing viewing difficulties while watching this live stream, please reload the page or visit weho.org/WehoTV to access our official live stream and to view a list of other available streaming options. In addition, you may call in to listen to this meeting by dialing 669-900-6833. The meeting ID is 943-8398-2559. Then press the pound sign. Please understand internet speeds, device reliability, third-party platform reliability, and individual or personal technical issues are out of the scope of this broadcast. WehoTV staff has published a guide at weho.org/WehoTV to troubleshoot your connection. And if you're still having difficulties connecting to the meeting, you can also call 323-848-3151. And now I will call this meeting to order and ask Councilmember Shine if she will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mayor. All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with justice and liberty for all.
Thank you so much. And now, Madam City Clerk, a roll call, please.
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Here.
Councilmember Shine.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tempore Meister.
Here.
Mayor Horvath.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you so much. And now I'll turn it to our city attorney for a report of our closed session agenda.
Yes, hi, good evening. The City Council convened a closed session meeting tonight at 5:30 p.m. There were no members of the public to speak on public comment. The council talked about one item of business on the posted agenda and took no reportable action. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn to approval of the agenda. Madam City Clerk, do we have any changes to the agenda requested by staff?
Yes, Mayor, staff is requesting that item 3A, which is our public hearing this evening, being tabled to February 16th.
Okay. 3A will be tabled. Any other additions, or is that?
No, Mayor, that's the only item from staff.
Okay, and now I'll turn to my colleagues if they have any changes to tonight's agenda. Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to pull item 2M. That's the living wage item for further discussion, and that's the only thing I have on my agenda.
Okay. We're pulling item 2M. Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yeah, I was wondering if we could possibly move to consent 5A, the BDBG grant program planning, the block grant program planning item.
Okay, so item 5A to consent. I don't see any objections to that. I was going to try a couple more. Let's see. Are there any other changes from any of my other colleagues? Okay. Would we consider moving item 4A to consent? That is the update on and potential amendment to residential eviction moratorium. I believe that just needs to be read. Do we need to hear that, or can it be moved to consent?
I think
That could be moved to consent. We did because of the state legislature acted last Friday, we did add an urgency ordinance to the agenda item, but it just conforms our local ordinance to the provisions of state law, which extends residential eviction protections through June 30th, 2021.
Councilmember Shine.
yes. This is a question for Lauren Langer, the Assistant City Attorney. Are we able to? I do have some things I want to discuss with regard to 4A. Are we able to give you any direction if this stays off consent, based on what has been noticed?
Changes to the ordinance, or just
Yes.
If you have changes to the language, we'll leave it on.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then,
Okay.
so the other item is for D, the temporary use permit for outdoor gyms during period of local emergency. Is everyone okay moving that to consent, or did we want to discuss that?
I have some questions about it.
I have
Okay.
questions too. Sorry.
All right, I tried.
You
So,
did.
What about item 4C, which is the small business grant update? That's a receive and file item.
I have one addition to the criteria,
Me too.
but we don't need a staff report or anything.
And the last item I would try, as long as my colleagues are in agreement, is tabling a discussion of at-large appointments tonight. I think we need to get through directs. And so for anybody who's waiting with bated breath to hear what we do on at-larges, I just want to give it at the top of the meeting that we're not going to do that tonight. So with that, I'd entertain a motion to approve our agenda as amended.
So moved.
I'll second that.
Okay, moved and seconded. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember D'Amico,
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson,
Yes.
Councilmember Shine,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister,
Yes,
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
We have an agenda for this evening.
Okay, thank you very much. And now I will turn to my colleagues for adjournment motions. Councilmember Shine.
Yes, I'd like to make an adjournment motion for Jeff Scowcroft. He was a longtime LGBTQ civil rights advocate. After the LAPD lost this discrimination case brought by members of our LGBTQ community, he became a member of Hollywood Supports, whose mission was to go to various precincts and stations to train LAPD as well as the Sheriff's Department about the LGBTQ community needs and how to interact with our community more sensitively. He was also a co-chapter leader for both the Oakland and Los Angeles chapters of Marriage Equality. Jeff was also a member of Go West, a group created after Prop 8 to unify all the various No on Prop 8 activist organizations that had been created. He leaves behind his husband, Peter Wolf, and their dog and 2 cats.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Shine. Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I have 2 adjournment motions today. I would like to adjourn in memory of Richard Adams. He was the father of our Women's Advisory Board member, Nicole Payton Adams, who she recently lost her father. And then a little bit of a weirder request here, but one that I know my colleagues will respect. The beloved dog of our dear friend and ERA activist, Zoe Nicholson, passed away today, actually, just a few hours ago. And if you know Zoe, her dog Gracie was very, very close to her and saw her make history many, many times. But Gracie Silvermoon, fierce ERA champion, passed away this morning. So I just wanted to see if we could entertain that. We don't need a certificate, but want to make sure it's in the record.
Sure. Any others? I have just a few. First, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Tony D'Armetta, who recently passed away due to complications from COVID-19. He's the father of West Hollywood resident Charlie D'Armetta. Next, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Lynn Gusky. Lynn is the aunt of West Hollywood resident Austin Sear. She helped family and supported Austin's family in a very difficult time, and as a result ended up contracting COVID. And so we extend our condolences to Austin, his entire family, and keep Lynn in our thoughts. I'd also like to adjourn in memory of Lenanita Morgulis, who is the mother of 2 West Hollywood employees, Tatiana Rudzinek and Nina Tolchinsky. Tatiana and Nina are well known in the West Hollywood community, especially within the Russian-speaking community, and we extend our condolences to them and their families during this difficult time. I'd also like to adjourn in memory of former councilmember Tom LaBonge from the city of Los Angeles, who was known as Mr. Los Angeles because of his deep love for the city's history, its landmarks, its public spaces, and its people. He was a 39-year veteran of City Hall, working for several council members and mayors before himself serving on the city council from 2001 to 2015. And he will be remembered for taking a personal interest in the lives of his constituents, being an effusive champion for the city of Los Angeles. And we certainly extend our condolences, as has the entire Los Angeles region. Next, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Sophie, who was a Scottish-born producer, musician, and trans icon. And as a producer and performer, Sophie distilled speed, noise, melody, and clarity, working simultaneously at the experimental fringes of dance music and the center of pop. She came out as transgender in 2018 and was part of the crest of a new wave of LGBTQ+ electronic producers that flouted societal norms regarding gender identity and the status quo, and she was 34 years old. I'd also like to adjourn in memory of Cicely Tyson, who was a stage, screen, and television actress whose vivid portrayals of strong African-American women shattered racial stereotypes and propelling her to stardom and fame as an exemplar of civil rights. In a remarkable career of 7 decades, Ms. Tyson broke ground for serious Black actors by refusing to take parts that demeaned Black people and urged Black colleagues to do the same. She won 3 Emmys and many awards from civil rights and women's groups, and at 88 became the oldest person to win a Tony for her 2013 Broadway role in The Trip to Bountiful. She appeared in 29 films, at least 68 television series, miniseries, and single episodes, and 15 productions on and off Broadway. And at 93, she won an honorary Oscar and a Career Achievement Peabody Award in 2020. Finally, as is our custom in the city of West Hollywood, to adjourn in memory of those who were killed in service to our country since our last meeting. Army Staff Sergeant Timothy Luke Manchester, age 34. And now I will turn to our presentations. We have 4 presentations tonight. And it is Black History Month, so I wanted to make sure our city acknowledged leaders in our community who have helped us to make and celebrate history in and around our community. First, I would like to present to Pastor Charles Johnson in his role as lead pastor of Cochrane Avenue Baptist Church. Pastor Charles Johnson has been dedicated to organizing demonstrations, workshops, and town halls to discuss police reform strategies and solutions to bridge the divisions between police and communities of color. In the wake of the killings of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and many other Black and Brown individuals throughout the country, Pastor Johnson and Miracle Mile for Justice, the social justice ministry of the Cochrane Avenue Baptist Church, has organized peaceful marches and town halls to continue the conversation on addressing systemic racism, police reform, and promoting equality for all. The mission of Miracle Mile for Justice is to honor all who have lost their lives to systemic racism toward Black and Brown people in the United States, and to have conversations with civil leaders to prepare executable plans to combat racism, implement humane and equitable practices for all people, and turn demonstrations into actions. Pastor Johnson has been welcoming to members of the LGBTQ community, especially trans women of color, and showed support for the All Black Lives Matter March held in June 2020, which aimed to protest police brutality and honor LGBTQ people of color. The city of West Hollywood joins protesters and others in their collective outrage and passionately supports the fight against racial injustice, the dismantling of systemic racism, and the rights of peaceful assembly and protest. The City Council recognizes Pastor Charles Johnson for his service, advocacy, and commitment as an activist and leader in the community dedicated to addressing and advancing social justice, racial equity, and police reform. On behalf of the City Council, we have this proclamation to present to the pastor. And I want to personally thank him for including me and our community in the ongoing discussions hosted by his church. It's been refreshing to continue the conversation off the streets and into everyone's homes virtually now that we're able to do meetings this way to continue the conversation and make sure we see lasting change. And I want to thank him for his leadership and his welcome and congratulate him on all that he's already accomplished and all that he's yet to do. Pastor Johnson, this is for you. I'll turn it to you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to say thank you to the mayor. We appreciate you, your faithfulness, but also your focus and your commitment. Also to the West Hollywood City Council. I am just excited. I was listening to the call and I wanted to vote myself. So I just wanted to say, but I truly appreciate you. I want to specifically identify your mayor. She has participated in the marches with us. She has participated in the town hall meetings with us, and everything that we have asked her support. She has totally been engaged, and we want to say we appreciatively applaud everything that you have done to help us in our fight at the Cochrane Church, especially our social ministry. We thank God for everything that God is doing in our midst. We're living in just an unusual time. We know that because of the death of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and so many others, the entire nation was brought to light. And I believe our social conscience was elevated to so many people to really take it to the streets and become activists, because we truly believe that there's a need for a change. Even in the midst of this pandemic, even though all of us are trying our best to socially isolate, we still have a long way to go. And my major concern is, even in this time, we don't want the energy, don't want the effort to be minimized. So many times you can lose momentum. And my prayer is that we will not lose momentum, but gain momentum, because at the end of the day, the racial injustice in our country is truly apparent, is truly real, and is truly alive. And it doesn't matter if it's Black, people of color, LGBT community. At the end of the day, we have to all stand up and say enough is enough. And we have to, and this is our concept and this is our banner, respect one another and treat people with agape love. Agape love is not just a Christian term. It's a term that simply means that I'm going to be concerned about the well-being of my fellow neighbors. So to the entire city council, I can say unequivocally, I love you and I am concerned about your well-being. And if we can promote that to our neighbor, it doesn't matter, black, white, athlete, academician, straight, gay, learned, unlearned. At the end of the day, if we can get to there, our nation will be better, our community will be better, and we know our churches will be better. And I'm going to ask that you would stand in solidarity with me. We have a challenge for the Los Angeles Police Department and the mayor, excuse me, the police chief, Moore. He is right now taking a stand that they have committed to ensuring that within the next few months to hire 100 Black officers and another 150 officers of color. And we're going to keep them to that commitment. We're going to keep the fire burning because we want to make sure that at the end of the day, the only way you're going to change this organization is not from the outside in, but the inside out. And we believe that there are so many racist police officers that at the end of the day, it's their time to move on and move off the force. And so we want you to stand with us. And we know we can see those same overtones in the sheriff departments, which patrol the streets of West Hollywood. And so at the end of the day, we're believing that if we keep fighting and keep pushing, that we'll see a difference. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. We appreciate you. Many of our members live in the West Los Angeles community, and we are believing that this is just the beginning of the things that we will do together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Pastor. We appreciate you. And we are concerned about your well-being as well. So we love you too.
All right. Thank you.
Next, I would like to make a presentation to the Black AIDS Institute. February 7th is National Black HIV/AIDS Awareness Day, an opportunity to raise awareness of HIV within Black communities. This year's theme, We're in This Together, promotes the importance of social support from friends, family, colleagues, and partners, even when apart. The CDC's Let's Stop HIV Together campaign helps raise awareness of the impact of HIV in Black communities, to promote messaging around reducing HIV stigma and engaging with the community to get tested, take action, and prevent HIV, and to get care and treatment. Although Black people account for only 13% of the US population, they comprise 43% of new HIV diagnoses nationally as of 2017, 43% of AIDS-related deaths, and 42% of all people in the United States living with HIV. It's amazing. Black youth were 10.5 times more likely to be diagnosed with HIV than their young white peers, and 72% of women living with HIV are Black. We simply have to do better. The Black AIDS Institute is dedicated to addressing these disparities and ending the HIV/AIDS epidemic in the Black community. BAI is the only uniquely and unapologetically Black HIV think and do tank in the US. BAI was founded in 1999 to mobilize and educate Black Americans about HIV/AIDS treatment and care, with the intention to create an organization that challenges the systems of oppression that marginalize Black health and develops culturally specific programming to address the unique needs of Black people. Black AIDS Institute sources capacity building, mobilization, policy, and advocacy efforts from Black leaders and communities across the country, and provides high quality, direct HIV services to Black people. The City Council recognizes February 7th, 2021 as National Black HIV/AIDS Awareness Day, and thanks the Black AIDS Institute for their longstanding dedication to ending the HIV/AIDS epidemic in the Black community. We have this proclamation here on behalf of the City Council that documents all of that. And we know our longtime friend Phil Wilson has been an integral part in launching Black AIDS Institute, and I now have the pleasure of serving with Rania Copeland on the Ending HIV Epidemic in LA County, that committee. And she is fierce and fabulous to work with. I just had to recognize her leadership and the work of Black AIDS Institute. We're so grateful for the work that you do and glad that you could be with us tonight. I'll now turn it to you.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I'm grateful for the opportunity to engage with you and serve with you and really lead the effort to end HIV in LA within our lifetimes. And what an amazing opportunity that we have to leave that mark for the next generation, that we can have an AIDS-free generation and that we can have a generation that is learning about HIV from the history books, not because, we are more susceptible and acquiring HIV. The work of Black AIDS Institute has been so important. As you said, Black AIDS Institute was founded right here in Southern California and Los Angeles. And I think that the advocacy work that BAI has led for over 2 decades now has been integral. And even now with our response to COVID, we're seeing so much of it coming off of the backs of the HIV workforce, HIV researchers. And so we're really excited to be a part of that. As we think about National Black HIV and AIDS Awareness Day this year, we are really talking about how we can end HIV within our lifetimes, that we have new resources to really end HIV within the next few decades, 10 years, perhaps even sooner. But we believe that to really do that, that means that we have to really respond to HIV in a way that speaks to the reasons why Black communities are disproportionately impacted by HIV. It's not about the behaviors of Black folks. It's not about who we're having sex with or injecting drugs. It really is about these systems of oppression that we live in every day. And we believe that if Black lives matter, then surely we have to make sure that they matter in healthcare, that they matter in access to prevention services, that it matters when it comes to, Black LGBTQ plus people having opportunities and being supported. We at Black AIDS Institute have been talking about We the People, a Black strategy to end HIV. And it really was developed from Black communities, from Black researchers, communities, advocates from across the country. And there's 4 pillars that I'd like for the city to consider as you all lead efforts to end HIV. The first element is really about how we can dismantle anti-Black practices, systems and institutions that endanger the health and well-being of Black people, and really undermine an effective and equitable response to HIV in America. This is, mass incarceration. This is, Black children not having access to education in the same way. These are systems that really kind of fuel poverty and fuel a lack of access to services. We secondly ask, to really invest in Black communities. This dismantling of these, systems of oppressions that have been around for hundreds of years before the founding of America are going to take time to do. And while we dismantle those systems, we have to invest in Black communities and really, look at the resources, the services that really address the fullness, the richness, the potential and expertise of Black people, and mitigate these social and structural factors that impact Black lives every day. The third one is pretty simple. We have to ensure universal access to healthcare services, and that those healthcare services have to be culturally relevant. If Black people are going into healthcare services and they're feeling unwelcome, if there's mistrust, then the healthcare, no matter how fancy it is, no matter how amazing it is, it's not accessible to us. And so ensuring that we have access to these services are critically important. And then the last one is, how can we build the capacity and motivation of Black communities to be the change agents for ending HIV? That it really has to be led by and for Black people to ensure that we have this mass mobilization, that Black people, that we're talking about how HIV really is a racial justice and a social justice issue. And that when we're talking about, how we can respond to kind of systemic racism and oppression, that HIV is at the top of the list. So thank you so much for the honor. Thank you guys for participating with us. And I'm really excited to continue to work with you all to make a continued kind of legacy around how we were able to end this horrible disease.
We want to be your partners in the work. Thank you for being with us and for your leadership and care that you offer. Your example is just so incredibly inspiring. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'd like to make a presentation to Celia Vodovots. Celia has worked for the Jewish Family Service Comprehensive Services Center for the past 19 years. Wow. Celia has been one of the frontline staff members at JFS and one of the first people the community encountered when calling or coming into the service center. Throughout her many years at JFS, Celia demonstrated her dedication, tremendous work ethic, and devotion to assisting clients. Always showed great compassion and attention to each community member's issues and provided exemplary service and commitment to ensuring each person was connected to the services needed. In addition to being a strong advocate for clients, Celia has been recognized for being very efficient, reliable, and committed to maintaining files and reporting forms to ensure JFS would meet all the contract goals and successfully complete audits. Although Celia's last day was on January 22nd, her passion and devotion to providing the best services to the community and treating everyone with kindness and respect will be remembered and missed. The City Council recognizes Celia for her service, dedication, and commitment to the West Hollywood community and wishes her well in her retirement. And we have this proclamation to present to her tonight. And
Thank you. Thank you very, very, very much. Thank you. I prepare a whole list. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I would like to thank the City Council and the Mayor of West Hollywood for this commendation. I feel very honored and grateful to have been given the opportunity to work for Jewish Family Service and the City of West Hollywood for the last 19 years. It has been a privilege for me to serve and assist any capacity that was needed. I want to thank everyone from the bottom of my heart. There are not enough words to describe how very fortunately I cannot prescribe. I am very, very happy I have been to work with such amazing people. Thank you very, very much.
Spasiba Bashoy. We appreciate you and we thank you very, very much for all of you.
You speak very good Russian. Good.
Only a little bit. Only a little bit.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah. Yeah.
But we thank you. I know so many people's lives have been touched by your work in our community, and we thank you very much for the many years of service you've dedicated.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we have one more presentation tonight. Our final presentation is in recognition of National Wear Red Day. Cardiovascular diseases are the #1 killer of women in the United States, killing one woman almost every 80 seconds. Heart disease and stroke can affect women at any age. Heart attacks are on the rise in younger generations of women, and Gen Z and millennials are less likely to be aware of the warning signs of heart attacks and strokes. Cardiovascular diseases kill 1 in 3 women, but about 80% of cardiac events can be prevented through education and lifestyle changes. The American Heart Association's Go Red for Women movement motivates women to learn their family history and to meet with a healthcare provider to determine their risk for cardiovascular diseases and stroke. By increasing awareness, speaking out about heart disease, and empowering women to reduce their risk for cardiovascular diseases, we can save thousands of lives each year. The City Council hereby recognizes Friday, February 5th, 2021 as National Wear Red Day in the city of West Hollywood and urges all residents to show their support for women and the fight against heart disease to commemorate this day by wearing the color red. We have a proclamation here to present as well. And I believe Lily Roca from the American Heart Association is here to virtually receive this proclamation and share a few words with us as well. Lily, I'll turn it to you.
Oh, thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to speak. Thank you on behalf of the American Heart Association. Yes, I am also a proud member of the LGBTQ community. Just wanted to remind everyone to be aware that heart disease is the #1 killer of men and women. It is on the rise in younger people. I myself had a heart attack at the age of 37. I had no idea what heart disease was or heart, problems. So ever since then, I've been obviously educating myself on heart disease. I happen to have a genetic situation that I was not aware of, my family history. And so at the age of 37, that was the first time I ever had ever heard of anything having to do with heart disease in my family. So as you mentioned, 80% of heart disease is about 80% of heart disease is preventable. So there are so many things that you can do. Be aware of your family history. Obviously, all the things that we hear about living a heart healthy lifestyle is something that we like to highlight during the month of February and throughout the entire year. And of course, to spread the word about heart disease and all of the gains that we can make if we do make just very small changes in our lives. So I appreciate this a few moments of your time, and I wanted to thank the entire City of West Hollywood City Council, and just remember to be heart healthy, and thank you again.
Thank you. We thank you for your example, your ambassadorship on behalf of the American Heart Association, taking your message to various communities to make sure we're all educated and aware. So thank you very much for your leadership and for being with us tonight.
Thank you.
And now we will turn to public comment. The City Council values your comments. However, pursuant to the Brown Act, Council cannot take action on any items not listed on the posted agenda. Our City Clerk will administer public comment, starting with comments focused on our consent agenda. We'll take that for 20 minutes or until they're complete, and I'll turn it over to our City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker is Marina Berkman. Marina, you will have 2 minutes to speak under public comment.
Hello, my name is Marina Berkman, and I'm the director of West Hollywood Comprehensive Service Center Program of Jewish Family Service. And thank you so much for letting me be here. And the reason I wanted to use my 2 minutes is to say thank you so much to the mayor and to the city council for giving the commendation to Celia Vodovos. She worked at our program for over 19 years, and it's a great honor, not only to her that she received this commendation, but it's also an acknowledgement of the quality of work that we at Jewish Family Service provide to the community members of the City of West Hollywood. It's our great pleasure to work with the city, and it has always been a great collaboration between Jewish Family Service and the City of West Hollywood. And Celia was one of those who showed extreme dedication and commitment to the community members. She was the first to greet them and meet them when they were walking into the center at a better time before COVID. And she is now answering the phone when people contact us because we work remotely and we continue doing everything we can for the community. And Celia knew everyone who walked or called our center. She took all their problems very close to her heart. She remembered their names and their circumstances. And believe me, we serve 1,500 unduplicated clients every year. And she knows most of them, and they know her. And they have always been grateful for her heartfelt support and understanding and advocacy. And we will miss Celia greatly. And so we talked her into volunteering after her retirement in our program. So we're looking forward to continued relationship with Celia. And I'm sure that the community members will be happy to see her face again. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is JD Brown. JD, you have 2 minutes to speak under public comment.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is JD Brown, pronouns he, him, his, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Trans Can Work. I know I only have a few minutes, but I just wanted to thank Mayor Horvath and the honorable council members of the City of West Hollywood for your continued support. Trans Can Work remains very hard at work for the transgender, gender nonconforming, non-binary, and intersex community during these very difficult times of the pandemic, record unemployment among the TGNC community, and the drastically increased numbers of homeless and those on the verge of homelessness. The city has been an ardent supporter of Trans Can Work with last year's anti-transphobia campaign and continues to help us do the vital work for the community that needs through the development grant. From all of us at Trans Can Work and those we serve, we thank you immensely.
Thank you, JD. Our next speaker is Ty Sunanan. Ty, you have 2 minutes to speak under public comment.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, Tyson and West Hollywood. I'm here to just speak on item 2P and applaud the city and the staff efforts for hosting the vaccine town hall. I will say, as the officer in charge in the Air Force of helping to lead the efforts since 1 December 2020, the biggest challenge I face every day, 7 days a week, isn't the rollout and logistics of the vaccine here in LA County. It's the number of people who fear it and don't want it because they're uncertain about it. So I think you have a great panel. There are 3 lessons and potential add-ons I'd like to see happen at this town hall, which is very critical. I can tell you from a daily perspective, people need to understand the potential consequences of not getting the vaccine, both for themselves and their loved ones. The second is what the state and federal government are doing in terms of the rollout with respects to timeline and phases. And third are the additional vaccine sites that are being proposed in West Hollywood. I say it's survival of the fittest. It's a scary world out there. So to see more sites here within our own city boundaries would be fantastic. And lastly, I want to say the Air Force applauds the lifting of the ban of trans people in the military. Should not have happened to begin with. If you're able and willing to serve for this country, you should. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ty. Our next speaker will be Kevin Burton. Kevin, you have 2 minutes to speak under public comment.
Good evening, council members. I'm Kevin Burton. I'm a resident of West Hollywood, co-founder of the West Hollywood Bicycle Coalition. And I am speaking tonight in support of item 2N, the Vision Zero Action Plan. And I thank Mayor Horvath, Councilmember Shine for bringing this item forward, which directs city staff to adopt a Vision Zero Action Plan with the goal of reducing traffic fatalities and serious injuries due to traffic collisions. And I'm sorry I hear background speaking. I don't know if the rest of you hear that as well. And the dangers from traffic collisions affect especially the most vulnerable road users, which are bicyclists out on the streets and pedestrians who cross the streets. And Vision Zero action plans have been adopted in many cities in the country. Some have made significant progress by redesigning their streets, principally to reduce vehicle speed, because it is speed that kills. And a good starting point would be for the city of West Hollywood, as is reported in this by staff, to implement its bicycle and pedestrian action plan, as well as the earlier recommendations of the Bicycle Task Force. So I look forward to adoption of the Vision Zero action plan and the city moving aggressively forward with definitive steps to implement that plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Our next speaker is Susan Rosenbluth. Susan, you have 2 minutes to speak under public comment. Susan? Go
Hello.
ahead. You have
I would like to speak today to express my sincere desire that our elected officials represent the needs of West Hollywood as a unique community when they speak with our colleagues and representatives in Sacramento. I have been concerned that the one-size-fits-all legislation, particularly AB 2345, has not been considered in a way that serves West Hollywood. It seems to be to apply equally. And those who may not be aware, it addresses the needs that we all have to support affordable housing and take care of all of our people, which I know we're all in favor of. But this particular legislation links West Hollywood, which is a 1.9 square mile community with incredible density, in the same category as spread out large cities. West Hollywood admirably has already met all of the requirements for providing affordable housing and probably has exceeded some, but we are being asked to provide additional affordable housing in neighborhoods like the Norma Triangle, which are already too dense for the community who lives there. So I want our representatives to notice that and represent us in Sacramento as a unique community.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Martha Orellano. Martha, you have 2 minutes to speak under public comment.
Hello, everybody. My name is Martha Orellana. I'm a long-term resident of West Hollywood. Hello, honorable city council members. What I really would like to speak about is about the requesting new legislation that would complement what Ms. Rosenbluth said before on AB 2345. Even though council will I guess as of, we'll be voting a language to bring city code pursuant to agenda. I believe that is important for the state of California to address the very specific nature of our city. We have a very unique city, and over the past several years, we have done an incredible job of creating affordable housing as compared to nearly every other city in California. We have a A+ rating on RENA. We are one of the very few cities to have received the A rating. So as a result of our success, those at the state level have decided to treat everybody the same. And we're not the same as every other city. We have done an outstanding job, and that's really a big shout out to City Council that have managed to do splendid work for our community. And this effect of this legislation really does not reward West Hollywood for our recent and past commitment, but now it really requires our city to exceed it, and to do so puts such a tremendous burden on all of us. So we would like our legislative agenda staff to lobby Sacramento to enact new legislation that exempts any city in California that has achieved the A rating or more to be exempted from AB 2345. It does not amend AB 2345, but rather affords a piece of legislation that complements AB 2345 and reward our city for all the great work that has come before us. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Charlie Jasper. Charlie, you have 2 minutes to speak under public comment. Charlie?
Hi, my name is Charlie Jasper, and I'm a resident of West Hollywood. And I would just like to echo the two comments before me. West Hollywood has done an outstanding job in West Hollywood, in building affordable housing for our neighbors, friends, citizens. And you know, there is, in a way, sort of, there is too much of a good thing, because there are very dense, small neighborhoods within West Hollywood. It is part of the charm where, you know, everybody knows everybody's name, you know, up and down the block, because we all see each other so much. And, you know, to add to that density will end up creating problems. We are already one of the most congested cities in California, and we have, you know, and we can't abide by this one-size-fits-all policy that's thrown on us from AB 2345. It's going to cause traffic and parking issues. There's going to be, you know, noise concerns. There's quality of life for both existing residents and the new ones, as there could be tensions over such issues like parking and traffic. And we need to question whether or not the legislative action ideas that we thought were being advocated in Sacramento are being done at all. So I just want to know that our staff members responsible for this are advocating on behalf of all the residents of West Hollywood, and not the views of any particular individual or any, you know, small special interest group, and that they're there to represent all 37,000 of us.
Thank you, Charlie. Our next speaker is David Nash. David, you have 2 minutes to speak under public comment.
Hi, this is David Nash, longtime West Hollywood resident, 20 years. And good evening, Mayor Horvath and City Council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. I'm here tonight to speak about the incredible confusion and frustration as a senior citizen and a person living with disabilities, multiple disabilities, to undertake the task of getting vaccinated for COVID-19. I've been on top of it since my group was allowed access, 65 and older, but it is incredibly frustrating and difficult to get through on the telephone. Oh, hours and hours on hold, multiple days. And if you do get through, you're likely to be told there are no bookings available. If you go on the website, it's also incredibly complex and confusing. If, like me, you're of an age that you went to college in the 70s, I did go to the University of Washington, but at that time we were using typewriters, whiteout, and carbon paper. And people my age have never been fully integrated into the computer world and the world of technology. And God forbid, if you don't drive, you can't get to any of the mega sites and be let on. I'm in the loop enough to be informed by social services that I could book a ride through Ambience Transportation. And I did that on Saturday. I booked a ride to Staples, to the Forum. But I didn't somehow specify that it was a COVID ride. So when I got there, my driver wanted to dump me out, and they don't allow any walk-ups. I'm just baffled. I keep being told to try again, try harder. And I encourage you all to try harder as well. I know you're trying and concerned, but I'd like to see a dedicated staff of full-time employees to help West Hollywood residents get booked for their vaccination. I think we're going to need that kind of help. And I'm worried that so many seniors will just be shut out, not just fall through the cracks, but they won't be able to get through the maze of complicated circumstances. Pavilions is giving out vaccines, but there's no appointments available. Capital Drugs would like to give them out, but they can't get through the process to be allowed to.
Mr. Nash?
Yes.
I'm sorry,
My
your
time
2
is up?
minutes. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Please try harder. I know you're well intentioned, but we need your help. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Rebecca Damavandi. Rebecca, you have 2 minutes to speak under public comment. Rebecca, you
Hi,
can go
this
ahead.
is Rebecca. Thank you. Thank you for pronouncing my name correctly. I wanted to just make some comment on item number 3A. I know several people have spoken about AB 2345. First, I want to say I'm really proud of our city that we've received an A rating in affordable housing, because that means a lot to all of us. What my concern is that while our city has received an A rating, we have for years been doing thoughtful, well-planned, affordable housing that fits seamlessly within our community. And what concerns me and many other residents is with AB 2345, this allows for reckless development by either for-profit or nonprofit in developing huge complexes that, again, while the intention is great because we all want affordable housing, it needs to be done the right way. And this kind of one-size-fits-all doesn't make sense for a small city like West Hollywood, who has shown we can do it the right way. And so what I'm asking is, those who lobby that, the paid employees who lobby to Sacramento, are they really representing us residents and showing that we shouldn't be categorized in this one-size-fits-all type of law? And number two, what is the city going to do to make sure that we continue doing thoughtful, well-planned development that doesn't allow for crazy, uncontrollable density and height issues, which something like AB 2345 allows too many exemptions. And I believe, as someone else, Martha, had stated, why can't we ask for specific legislation that helps exempt West Hollywood and those who have done the right thing to continue doing what we do best in the way we know how? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Damavanti. Our next speaker is Jordan David. Jordan, you have 2 minutes to speak under public comment. Jordan, you may begin.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Hello?
you.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Jordan David, and I'm calling from occupied Tongva land. They say the wheels of bureaucracy turn slowly, and we're watching in real time how slow movement during an emergency is killing millions of people. I implore the city government to stop accepting what was a normal pace yesterday and move human services items faster than ever before. I hope that the city council shares my vision of a city built on equity and justice. Environmental justice means we must decarbonize. Let's change our car culture to a bike culture by building the infrastructure to support it. North Hollywood, for example, has a bike trail that runs throughout their entire city. Now it's time for ours. No new construction should be approved unless it is built and operated with 100% clean energy. Our trend-setting city can lead the dismantling of systemic racism by implementing a small-scale blueprint of reparations. It's also time for us to cut our ties with the modern day slavery, the prison industrial complex, and reallocate funds from the slave patrol, who cannot be reformed, to community services that prevent crime. In a land that has more housing than people, more wasted food than can be eaten, and has people with more money than can be spent, no one should have to go homeless, hungry, or without the care that they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Our final speaker this evening is Jamie Francis. Jamie, you have 2 minutes to speak under public comment. Jamie,
Thank
go
you
ahead.
so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, City Council members. I'd like to speak on 2 items, 6A and about AB 2345. I've been a resident here for 10 years almost. And unfortunately, due to the excessive smoking and the residents that are inconsiderate to other dwelling units and the exposure to secondhand and thirdhand smoke, I'm prone to getting upper respiratory infections. And it's that exacerbated that I will have to consider moving out of the city altogether because of that. Unfortunately, there is little to no enforcement. There's little to no understanding and disregard with other tenants who smoke. Now you see within the last decade, there's vaping, not only with marijuana, but vaping with tobacco products, hookahs, cigarette smoke, and people who abuse the privileges and the rights to reside in these dwelling units. I find it's unsatisfactory. The American Lung Association gave the city a D rating, or excuse me, an F rating back in 2016 with their tobacco study. That is completely unacceptable. Look at Beverly Hills, they've implemented certain ordinances. The city has to enforce it. If you look at clubs, bars, other public domains before COVID had happened, everybody seemed to have a cigarette in their hands along with alcohol. You have to look at the reality that people will not change their behaviors unless you fine or unless you threaten removal or tell them that they'll have to leave or they forfeit their residence. Then they will change that way. And in regards to AB 2345, I do not like the new proposals because there's lack of affordable housing for low income anyway. And it's just really disappointing that I had to refuse affordable units because previous smokers, but now you want to reduce the amount of affordable units that are going to be built in the city and more moderate income. So this is just unacceptable all around if you look at those 2 factors. And I'll have to leave the city because of that reason. So I really implore the city to change their perspectives. And, I advocate for implementing a new ordinance when it comes to cigarette smoking units. And please keep affordable units for low income and very low income, because moderate income, they make more money and they can afford other opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Francis. Mayor, that was our last speaker.
Thank you very much. And now I'll turn to my colleagues for council member comments. Who would like to begin? Councilmember D'Amico.
I'll just begin by saying I don't have any comments except that Valentine's Day is coming up for everyone who needs to be reminded. Make your plans, order your flowers, be ready. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. What a sweet notion. Who would like to go next? Councilmember Shine.
Hi, yes. I'm very excited for Valentine's Day as well. Thank you, Councilmember D'Amico, for reminding us. Given that today is the first day of Black History Month, I want to highlight some of our city's own Black history, starting with the fact that Dorothy Dandridge used to be a resident in West Hollywood before we were a city, of course. She was an incredibly talented actress and the first Black woman to be nominated for an Academy Award. Most recently, we made some Black history of our own with the appointment of John D'Amico's Commissioner Marquita Thomas, appointed to the Planning Commission. She is the first Black person to be appointed to the commission, and Marquita made many more history too as the first Black commissioner on the Human Services Commission, and I believe on LGAP as well as the first Black female board member. And my commissioner, Alana Roche, is the first Black woman appointed to the Public Safety Commission. Years back, Alexander Baisley was the first Black commissioner to serve on the Public Safety Commission and now serves on the Transportation Commission. I'm very excited as well about our Social Justice Task Force item that has come back to council and just is going to be passing on consent, which will give Black, Indigenous, and people of color a voice on policy recommendations. And I thank staff for the incredible framework they've created. Statewide, Black history was made this year when Governor Newsom appointed Dr. Shirley Ann Weber to be California's first Black Secretary of State. And as we all know, our very own, federally, our very own trailblazer, Vice President Kamala Harris became the first Black woman and South Asian woman and woman ever to be Vice President of the United States. Before that, she made triple history in California, starting with being the first Black district attorney elected to the city of San Francisco, my city of San Francisco, where I grew up in the Bay Area, and then went on to be the first Black person to be the Attorney General of California, and again made history as the first Black female senator of California. Going back further in time, we must also recognize, of course, the amazing Shirley Chisholm, who became the first Black woman elected to the US Congress in 1968 and subsequently became the first Black candidate for a major party's nomination for president and the first woman to run for the Democratic Party's presidential nomination as well. I'm also deeply inspired by Madam C.J. Walker, who was an American entrepreneur, philanthropist, and social activist, and is the first made female millionaire in the history of America. Our Black citizens have given endlessly to our country, and often their contributions have either been stolen, not given enough media attention, or not written about correctly with facts and history. Some of the inventions by Black people who I just want to highlight that people may not know are the automatic elevator door, the improved ironing board, refrigerated trucks, the 3 signal traffic lights that we all enjoy in our city of West Hollywood, home security systems, central heating furnace, the mailbox, and before that, the street letter box. So happy Black History Month. I also want to report that I attended the League of Cities Mayors and Council Members Academy, which I found very informative. Mayor Horvath was one of the performers in a sketch highlighting the potential dysfunctions that can arise at city council meetings. She did a great job and I found it very entertaining. And our city attorney, Mike Jenkins, was also one of the participants for the Q&A, and he did a great job answering questions. There were also other presentations that I attended and found helpful. So.
I'm glad you did. It was very fun to participate. Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I would just like to point out that I too attended that training, and Seppi, I don't know if you know this, but while the mayor served as, I believe, Councilmember Bidebuck, I served as Commissioner Bidebuck when I worked at City Hall staff when we did the skit for whatever we did for the annual Congress or whenever it was way back when. So we've got a lot of Bidebooks in the on the meeting right now, but also want to give kudos. It was quite the fun time. Very early coffee sessions via Zoom. That was definitely an experience. I don't really care to relive because I'd rather be in person, but we'll go from there. I want to first also thank the city and the mayor for bringing forth that proclamation for Black History Month. It was great to see the pastor there. His words were so inspiring. In honor of Black History Month, I also want to congratulate Deborah Archer, who is the ACLU National's first Black president in our 101 history. She was elected this past weekend. So it's great to see that happening of one of my beloved organizations, the ACLU. I additionally want to thank all the staff and the attendees that attended the Human Rights Speaker Series event panel discussion on the Netflix film Disclosure. It was quite an event. We had Laverne Cox, Sam Feder, Alexis Sanchez, and Drian Juarez from Trans Can Work, and it was quite the discussion. I want to state that, you know, one of the statements that we got in as a question from the film itself was as follows. My father hasn't spoken to me in 3 years since I transitioned. He saw your film and called me and admitted so much of his bias was based on negative portrayals of trans people on film and TV. We cried together and he is coming out to visit me in LA at last. Thank you. That was a comment we got during the panel discussion. It broke and just made all of us swell and get really, you know, emotional, because we still have a lot of work to do for justice, for racial justice, obviously, but also for justice for our transgender and gender nonconforming communities. But want to thank my colleagues for sponsoring that item and for the city staff that helped put it on. It was quite special. In terms of other meetings I attended, I had the great privilege to attend the Victory Fund's new LGBTQ event to talk about, see elected leaders from all across the country. It was great to see the progress being made, but the progress we still have to make. The anti-trans, anti-LGBT agenda is strong in states that have very conservative majorities, and they are pushing forward very restrictive bills. So it definitely made me feel very thankful to live here in the state of California, definitely thankful to serve here in the city of West Hollywood. I want to thank City Hall staff and the city for recognizing National Wear Red Day. I used to do that event when I was at City Hall staff. National Wear Red Day is something that I've enjoyed doing. I miss the red photograph that we would all normally take outside City Hall, but there's always next year, and we'll be having that. In terms of a few other items, you know, I have heard from City Hall staff about concerns that wage benefits and reductions are being discussed before all other options are being weighed. You know, I just want to mention and make sure the public knows that there are voluntary furloughs that staff have already agreed to since COVID happened. And I want to thank Paul's leadership and the budget staff specifically in defending staff against this. And I think most importantly, the WeHome staff for coming to that table to make sure that there is cooperation during this very difficult time. And, you know, I'm going to continue to, during these strict budgetary times, stand with our staff who are working harder than ever before now. And I will never vote for a budget that calls for furlough, for layoffs and benefit reductions for our City Hall staff. So I just want that on the actual record. In terms of questions that I would love the city manager to address potentially, I want to thank my colleagues for bringing forth an item regarding mask mandates, and we're going to have that discussion a little bit later. But as we all know, business was open this past Saturday. It was nice to drive around and see people out on our streets again. Laughter and joyous activity were occurring. However, these long lines are a little troubling to me. So I would like the city manager to talk about ways in which we can work with our business community to create better ways in which we can promote social distancing. We all know the bars, I don't have to say them, but the lines are very tight and they're very close. And if I was an officer and we are being asked to reinforce mask mandates, I know where I would go for my first round of ticketing should that item pass. And so I want to set people up and businesses up for success. And I don't want to ensure that, you know, we're out there to get people. We need mask compliance, but I think it's a deal of cooperation like we do with our supermarkets, where people are stationed outside, not just the bouncers, to ensure that people are safe. Additionally, I would love for Paul to provide any more info regarding, you know, the Men's Health Foundation Center here in Sweetser in Santa Monica. David, I want to thank him for calling in and talking about vaccines. We all hear about it every single day regarding the trouble and difficulty our seniors and individuals who are looking for vaccines to get it. It is getting rolled out slowly. Yes, you have to keep trying. It's unfortunate that that's the answer, but there is a line outside of the Men's Health Foundation Center right here where people are getting vaccines, because once you pop that vial, you have to distribute those. So those are extra. So if we could find out a way in which we could connect with that business owner to see how that's actually working, that is something that the line goes. I've seen it move, but you know, it is very long. And I think if we're going to be able to get vaccines, well, we have something right here in our city of people standing in line to do that. Additionally, I want to thank my colleagues, Mayor Horvath and Councilmember Sunshine for the Vision Zero item. That is exactly something we need to do as we look at larger infrastructure improvements, like protected bike lanes and all these other things that should be coming forward very soon. And it'd be great to see in that direction to staff that the WeHo Bike Coalition, Streets for All, and other organizations are involved in crafting that plan. As I know, the city of LA has a Vision Zero campaign, but like we've heard many times, we can do it right and we should do it right. And I think it's probably time that the staff come back with an update on the progress on our pedestrian and mobility plan for the public, because I do get questions about where those things are at currently right now. So hopefully we can coalesce all these items together. And that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just to clarify on one of the comments about the mobility study, I believe that at the last council meeting, we did ask for staff to come back with that. So hopefully that will be sooner rather than later. Let's see. On attendance, I attended the Sheriff's Town Hall. I attended the Finance and Budget Subcommittee meeting. To expand on Council Member D'Amico's announcement, the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce has a Valentine's guide at WehoChamber.com. So if you're looking for that Valentine's dinner or gift, that's where you should go. In addition, the Chamber is creating a small business foundation that will assist Black, Indigenous, and people of color entrepreneurs. So get in touch with Genevieve Morrill for more information on that. I wanted to wish a happy 100th birthday to longtime WeHo resident Tatiana Igorova. She was born on January 26th, a century ago in Russia. She moved to West Hollywood with her family in 1993 and has lived here ever since. So happy birthday to Tatiana. And then on Friday, February 12th at 6 p.m., the city will be presenting WeHo Sounds, part of a free virtual concert series. So if you haven't been able to get out or want to have a happy hour of music on a Friday night, check out www.weho.org/WeHo Sounds. And I do remember very well, Councilmember Erickson, the Commissioner Congress, where we had that I was actually mayor at the time, and that we had our little scenario of good counsel, bad counsel. So it was a lot of fun. Thank you for reminding me of that. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you very much. I first want to thank the LA County Sheriff's Department for facilitating a town hall with Sheriff Villanueva and our Captain Ramirez. This provided an opportunity for Q&A directly with the sheriff, as well as our leadership here locally. This is an opportunity that the public was able to take advantage of. And I think it's really important that our public has that continues to have that opportunity. So I thank them for making it available. I also want to thank them as well as our fire department for continuing to work through the holidays. I know we all think about the holidays in many ways, but often we don't think about the people who are continuing to do the work day in and day out. And so I just wanted to give them a special word of thanks for continuing the work that they're doing for our community through the shutdowns and the holidays and everything else. Since our last meeting, I participated in the U.S. Conference of Mayors winter meeting, as well as Contract Cities virtual legislative tour. I know Councilmember Shine has been joining in that, as well as members of our staff. I want to thank Paul for his leadership in the city managers meeting with Contract Cities, facilitating a discussion with a representative from LA County Department of Public Health that was very informative, and I thought gave people an opportunity to really provide input on the experience we've had at the local level dealing with a lot of these issues. I know my colleagues and I have been participating in the weekly coronavirus briefings, and Paul and I also had conversations with Supervisor Kuehl's office, Assemblymember Bloom's office about how the county and state can be working better with the local levels on all of the issues that we've been facing, some of which have been raised here tonight. I was with David on Saturday, and it is incredibly frustrating to try and deal with this process. People who are sitting at home alone, very concerned and frustrated about when they're actually going to be able to access getting a vaccine, not being able to use the technology that's been made available is really tough. And so we all have to do better for people to trust that the government is actually doing its best to keep people safe. I participated in the Clean Power Alliance Legislative and Regulatory Committee meeting, as well as Sanitation District meeting representing the city, as well as participating in the Personnel Committee meeting. I mentioned my participation in the LA County Ending HIV Committee, as well as the California League of Cities board meeting. I participated in the budget subcommittee meeting that took place. It was the first time we not only made that meeting available for the public, but also in a virtual capacity. I'm now familiar with what that process will look like, and I want to thank our staff for taking us through what a snapshot of the budget will look like as it will come back to us in the months ahead. We were able to talk about our priorities. Mayor Pro Tem Meister and I facilitated that conversation and provided some of our input, so we'll be able to see what we'll be able to do. But I want to thank our staff for finding ways to keep our city running, to keep people who are in our most vulnerable positions in the city supported and protected. We've found ways to keep the city going and prioritizing those issues that are critical to who we are as a city. And that's not easy right now. So thank you very much for the hard work that you've done and continue to do. I wanted to possibly suggest, based off the comments that we heard tonight, I know in the past we had members of our staff calling to check in on some of our older adults to make sure that people are okay and they have the services and support that they need. Perhaps making another round of those calls is in order, and identifying people who might need help accessing either the phone or the digital platform to get signed up for vaccines. I know that there are people who are just having a really hard go of it, and some of it is availability of vaccines, but some of it is just a sheer technological hurdle. And so that might be a good use of time and a way that our staff can help bridge that divide. With regard to our consent agenda items, I want to thank Councilmember Shine for joining me in our Vision Zero work plan. It's long overdue to formalize it. A lot of this work is being done in different capacities, but formalizing a Vision Zero plan allows for, there have been pots of transportation dollars, as well as access to certain conversations and collaborative groups and transportation planning. And when you have that plan, you're able to participate. And so now we will have one. We'll be able to be part of all of those conversations, access those dollars, and make the improvements that I know our city is committed to making. And I know that all of my colleagues share in this goal. So I'm glad it's on consent, and thank you for your support. Item 2P is our COVID-19 vaccine town hall. It will take place the evening of February 23rd with the support of my colleagues tonight. We received confirmation today that in addition to the panelists we've already identified, 2 medical healthcare professionals from Cedars-Sinai who themselves have received vaccines and have worked with COVID patients, in addition to 3 members of our community who participated in various vaccine trials to share their experience of what that was like and what they learned. We also will have the participation of a representative from LA County Department of Public Health, offered through the office of Supervisor Kuehl today because they saw this item and said they wanted to participate. And so we're very glad that they'll be able to participate, so you can share directly with the county your thoughts and any questions you have about the vaccine process in LA County. I know that we've been getting a lot of those conversations, but now we'll have a person who's actually able to interface with the public. So once again, that will happen. It will be a virtual platform much like this one, and it will take place the evening of February 23rd. So you can mark your calendars, and we'll be sharing more information about that. Just a couple of other announcements. The California Department of Justice Division of Public Rights announced through the California former Attorney General Javier Becerra's recently announced establishment of the Workers' Rights and Fair Labor section within the California Department of Justice's Division of Public Rights. This new section will expand DOJ's capacity to protect the health, safety, and rights of workers. And expanding on and elevating DOJ's existing efforts, this section, among other things, will help bring increased focus and expertise to implement policy and protect against workplace issues, including the underground economy, wage theft, health and safety violations, and employee misclassification. So if you'd like more information about that, you can go to the Attorney General's website. It's oag.ca.gov. In addition to all of these worker protections, they also created a new bureau, which is focusing on protecting the rights of persons with disabilities through specific investigations and litigation, as well as expanding the Bureau of Medicaid fraud and elder abuse to address the growing need in this area due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So workers, those living with disabilities, our older adults, our seniors, if you are having any of these issues, the Attorney General is making those services available to you. Again, that website is oag.ca.gov. I know this year I'm really going to miss the Valentine's Day dance. It's just something I look forward to every year. I'm so glad that Councilmember D'Amico mentioned it. And there will be a virtual Valentine's Day event. As we know, we typically host that senior Valentine's Day dance. Since that's not possible, LA LGBT Center and Jewish Family Services are hosting a virtual event, which will be presented on Zoom. It will feature music, entertainment, and prizes. And the event is going to take place Friday, February 12th from 2 to 3 p.m. For information and to register, you can contact the city's social services division. So I hope that you will make use of that and certainly engage and have a very happy Valentine's Day. I want to congratulate Councilmember Erickson. He was unanimously elected to represent the 3rd District on the Consolidated Oversight Board, which provides oversight to former redevelopment agencies within the 3rd District. So he's now representing our district. Congratulations. And I had 2 questions for our city manager before I turn it over to him. First, I've gotten some questions. I believe the Public Facilities Commission has moved forward in part on some aspects of the library naming process. I believe it was outlined that there would be some sort of process, but there's lack of clarity about what that process actually looks like. If you could talk a little bit about that. And Paul or Lauren, if you could share what I understand there's supposed to be a public meeting regarding cookies and any outstanding issues taking place maybe this week. If you could share a little bit about where we're at with cookies. I've continued to hear from residents in the neighborhood immediately surrounding that location. So any information you can share with the public tonight, that would be helpful as well. Paul, it's all you.
Great, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I just have a couple of updates, then I'll respond to some of the questions that came from the council. We can't have a council meeting without talking about parking. So we have an announcement that we're going to be resuming our parking enforcement now that the stay at home safe orders have been lifted. We're going to be doing permit parking enforcement on all of our residential streets, street sweeping enforcement, and also AM, PM hour enforcement along Fountain Avenue. Visitor permits are no longer available at the Sheriff's Department. The easiest way for people to get them is just to apply online at weho.org/parking, or if you have to see somebody in person, you can go to the Kings Road Garage. And assistants there will be able to address and provide parking information. For the city manager's department, we're going to be hosting the business round table that's scheduled for Friday the 19th at 8:30 a.m. and it's scheduled to go for 90 minutes. You can register at weho.org/business. And we're also going to be doing a mailer to our business community so that we have a strong attendance for that. The naming rights for the library, simply put, the process is that there will be a staff report that's coming to the council at the next meeting. So we'll be able to have an in-depth discussion on that item on the 16th. In regards to cookies, there is a Department of Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting on Thursday the 4th. They're being kind of foggy in terms of whether or not this item is agendized for it. I believe it's not. However, we will have staff there to speak, and we're encouraging those who are impacted by that business, which is in Los Angeles, to also speak. And our city attorney, Lauren Langer, may have more information.
Thank you, Paul. The only thing that I was going to mention, since I believe the last meeting, is that Jasmine Duckworth in the Community and Legislative Affairs Division of the city has been identified as the main liaison. So people out in the public who have questions or have been experiencing impacts can reach out to one staff person to make sure that the city is aware of those, and then we'll all have access to that information through one staff liaison. So we've been trying to streamline that to make sure we can get all the information, and if there's updates from the city of Los Angeles, you could provide those as well.
Great, thank you. I'll respond to some of the other questions that came up. In regards to the queuing and the activity, and when Council Member Erickson said he was happy to hear people laughing, hopefully they were muffled laughs and people were wearing their masks. Yes, it's a challenge, and we do regular calls with the business community, and this came up on a call this morning as we're pushing to keep the businesses open and come up with consistent safety standards. It doesn't help to have people posting on Twitter that you have crowds queuing outside of our businesses in an unsafe manner. This seems to be a trend, not only in West Hollywood, but we've seen video clips in other cities as well. It is a problem. Danny Rivas from Code Compliance and all of our Code Compliance officers are real good at educating and working with the businesses. The Sheriff's Department is also helping in that regard, but it's a challenge, and it's really incumbent upon everybody to stay safe. Otherwise, we're going to have another closure. We have a new variant of COVID-19 out there that is highly contagious, far more contagious than the first strain. And if people don't behave, we're going to be shutting down all of our businesses again. But I do appreciate those comments, and this is something that has been articulated to our business community. In regards to the vaccines, the calls to the senior community continue. We will continue to provide resources and support to them. The challenge right now is, and I want to say this in the most polite way I can, I don't want to own this mess. From the county's rollout of the program with a bad app and over-promising and information coming from the state now that they're taking over the program, the bottom line is we just don't have inventory to do the vaccinations. It's just, we just don't have the vaccines. The age bracket that they promised, I think they overcommitted. They probably should have went with an older group first. But they didn't do that. So we'll continue to provide support and resources to our community. But I don't know if we're going to be any more effective calling in and trying to navigate the registration system. My dad just turned 90, and I've been trying to get him an appointment in LA County and finally gave up, and we did it through his hospital, and that's in Orange County, and their system's running a little bit better. In regards to the Men's Healthcare Foundation, I'm glad it came up today. One of their reps actually texted me while we were discussing, so I have a call with them tomorrow. So we'll coordinate, and if there's a way that we could advance that program to help our community, we will do that. As the mayor mentioned, we were also having conversations with the county to do some aggressive pop-ups here in West Hollywood for both testing and vaccines. So these conversations are happening, but again, until there's inventory, it's just going to keep rolling out in a clunky way, and that's the challenge that we're dealing with. Councilmember Erickson brought up some of the discussions from the budget subcommittee meeting. Just in a nutshell, as we come back with the mid-year budget, we're going to continue to be treading water. The revenues are being hit, whether it's hotel tax, whether it's parking revenues, whether it's sales tax. The economy's devastated, which means our general fund revenues are devastated. As we explore cost cutting and budgetary restraints, one of the things that was on the table this year were some of the tools that came up working with the bargaining units, and which included the furloughs. It included freezing a number of positions and all throughout the organization, from department heads to rank and file employees. We have a number of positions frozen. We'll likely keep those positions frozen and continue to work, and staff's been extremely cooperative and flexible, working outside of their normal job classes to make sure that the services are being provided to the community. One of the challenges that we're going to be bringing to the council, also as part of the mid-year budget, maybe even sooner, is just looking at large-scale events for this calendar year. My recommendation, just from a health perspective and also a fiscal perspective, is that we do not host any large-scale events. The major events that come up are obviously Pride, and we've come up with a much more scaled down, intimate program there. And who knows where we are going to be with the health orders by then, and I doubt that we're going to have herd immunity, so we're not going to be doing anything significant. But I also am going to come back with a formal recommendation that we do not move forward with a large-scale event for Halloween, both from a cost perspective and also from just some of the health challenges that we're still going to be dealing with in the fall. One of the other events that is kind of percolating out in the community now, I know tomorrow night, Beverly Hills will be discussing the LA Marathon, and having that, and now that it's going to be rescheduled to the fall, they're looking at, I believe, the first Sunday or the second Sunday in November. These are things that we're going to have a conversation about from a fiscal perspective. They fully reimburse the city so that there isn't any cost consequence there. But again, just from the health perspective, is it going to make sense to have crowds of people in the community? I think the later in the calendar year we get, the safer it's going to be. And we'll have time to work with the organizers in the health department to pull the plug if things aren't safe. But it just kind of it just creates a narrative right now that's hard to reconcile as we look at again the slow rollout of the vaccines, and really where are we going to be this time next year at this point? I don't know. So it just makes it difficult to plan for any type of large scale event. So with that, that's all I have, unless there are additional questions or comments from the council. Excellent. Great. Thank you.
Doesn't look like it, so we'll go to our city clerk for the fiscal impact of our consent agenda tonight, please.
Yes, Mayor. The fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar, with the removal of item 2M and the addition of item 5A, is $1,442,834 in expenditures, $0 in revenues, $0 in waived fees, and $232,000 $647 in CDBG funding. Thank you.
All right. So with that, I'd entertain a motion to approve our consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember D'Amico,
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson,
Yes.
Councilmember Shine,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister,
Yes.
Mayor Horvath. The motion passes.
Thanks. Very good. So now I believe we decided, staff had requested that our public hearing tonight be tabled. So we will move past item 3A. We will move to item 4A, which is the update and potential amendment to residential eviction moratorium. I believe our city attorney is going to give us the complete update on the state's action, and then we'll be able to provide comment from there.
Yes, thank you. When we met 2 weeks ago, the council took action to extend the commercial moratorium in the city and to extend portions of the local residential eviction moratorium. However, there is state law that governs eviction protections and provides statewide protections governing evictions related to non-payment of rent due to COVID-19. And so when we met 2 weeks ago, we were waiting to find out if the state legislature would extend the statewide protections. And on Friday, the governor signed SB 91, which was an extension of these statewide protections through June 30th, 2021. So if you look at the posted agenda, we added a updated staff report and an updated urgency ordinance. And the urgency ordinance just makes a few minor changes just to clarify very technical issues that the state law has been extended. But the points we want to point out to the public are twofold. The state law did two things. One, it extended these statewide protections through June 30th, 2021, which means residents are required to pay 25% of their rent if their landlord requests. It was supposed to be due at the end of last month, January 31st. That has been extended through June 30th, 2021. And the state also created statewide rental assistance programs, which is going to provide some rental assistance to landlords and tenants. I believe it's going to be implemented through the county, and the details of that are still being worked out. This was, just signed on Friday. So John Holub is the new housing manager, and he is also available to just provide a brief update of how this information can be communicated to the residents. I think they have some webinars coming up. So John, if you are here, I will turn it over to you to, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan Holub, Acting Manager, Rent Stabilization and Housing. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. As Lauren mentioned, this legislation establishes a state rental assistance program, which landlords of low-income tenants can receive a payment for 80% of rent in arrears in exchange for waiving the remaining 20% and not evicting the tenants. If landlords don't participate, then it still preserves the tenants' rights to those who've paid the 25%. And as Lauren mentioned, we'll be updating our website. We've got a webinar scheduled for tomorrow, and that information is on the renters page of the website. There's also a landlords focused webinar as well that will be held on the 16th of February, and all that information is on the website. And of course, we'll continue to update information as it becomes available and as the program is rolled out with information for tenants and landlords and links to county sites that provide information on the program. And we've already got some information up there which people can sign on to get updates from the county.
Thank you. So the action recommended tonight is just to adopt the updated urgency ordinance. As I mentioned, there's a red line of the city's eviction moratorium posted with the agenda. The changes are quite technical because the state law actually prevents us from making a lot of local changes to our ordinance. So the changes in the ordinance are merely to reflect the updates to the state law, And of course, as this evolves, we'll continue to come back to City Council with more updates. And as further extensions are necessary, we will bring those forward.
And so to ask the very direct question that we'll all get asked as soon as we leave this meeting, now this means that the eviction moratorium for residences is extended through the end of June 30th, for all West Hollywood residents under the state order. Is that right?
That is true for evictions related to non-payment of rent due to COVID-19.
And the West Hollywood specific moratorium was extended through the end of March?
Through the end of March, and we'll come back in March to extend that to make those two line up.
And is there a third category at the county level that we need to be concerned about now, or does the state supersede everything else?
The state will supersede everything else, and we do not need to be worried about the county ordinance.
Okay, so there it is. West Hollywood specific through end of March, statewide through end of June. Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item before I turn to my colleagues?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Okay. Do any of my colleagues have questions, comments? Councilmember Shine.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Lauren and Jonathan, for the updates. Lauren, my question is, are we, you said that, I think you said we're kind of limited in regarding to the state. Are we able to expand what the state has recommended? In other words, I'm interested in looking at, I know the state has the due date for the rent to be paid back by October 1st. I'm interested in us looking at extending that for people who have missed the rent in our city this year to the following year. I think there's another city that has done this, the city of Santa Monica. And I'd like to know if we are able to expand. I know we're not going, we would never limit or be able to, but can we expand and make the protections stronger? And then the second question is there anything in our ordinance or the state ordinance, and this is very technical, maybe Jonathan can answer, maybe you, that would protect tenants in the case where they had back rent due to COVID-19 financial issues that they had from last year, and then started making payments for current year, but their landlords, and I heard this from a constituent, their landlord is now saying, well, we're going to unilaterally apply your rent payments for this month to the arrears, and then thereby the tenant is then exposed to not actually doing the 25%, if that makes sense.
I'll try to answer both questions. The unfortunate part about the state law, it does a lot of great things, but it doesn't work perfectly with cities that had eviction moratoriums in place already. Remember, they were trying to do the one-size-fits-all approach throughout the whole state. So when the state law was adopted last year, we had an eviction moratorium in place, and we had a rule that said when that ends, residents will have 1 year to pay it back. The problem with the state law is it froze that in place and didn't let us change the dates. Now, we're hoping that let me say it differently, if the state law is not extended past June, it appears that we can revise that in July. And so we might be able to extend that date later on, but we can't do it now.
Got it.
Does that answer that question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. With respect to the specific tenants issue, I would actually encourage that person to reach out to John and talk about that offline, because it sounds there's probably a little bit more facts that would go into saying whether that is appropriate or not, depending on when the rent was paid and under what program. But I have a feeling that John would probably be able to speak to that person and help them navigate the situation, because it's complicated and there are all these different buckets and all these different timelines. So a one-on-one conversation might be a better way to answer that question, unless, John, you have anything else you want to add.
I think that would be great. I think that whoever is inquired about that issue should contact me directly. And my email is on the Renters Resources page of the website.
Great. And then just one more question, Lauren. When we created our emergency ordinance, and there was a moratorium that we created that would protect tenants that had issues paying rent, not related to the COVID-19 financial issues. Was that for all the residents from the point that the moratorium went into place, let's say March? In other words, if a tenant had some issues with their landlord January, February, or let's say February, and it kind of was very close, and because of that, then the landlord is trying to put them out, or trying to evict them during COVID, which we want to make sure our tenants are protected. Does the moratorium only kick in as of the March, so that anyone that had issues January, February would be able to be kicked out?
Well, I think in order for earlier actions to not be covered by our ordinance, I think an eviction would actually have had to have been filed before March. I think the ordinance is really looking, so the issues may have been heating up, but if the eviction wasn't filed, it's probably covered by our ordinance. And so what our grounds do is we say these extra West Hollywood protections were intended to prevent loopholes. So if landlords were trying to find other reasons to evict that were not imperative, that were not health safety issues, that were not illegal activity, that we want everyone to be in their homes during a health pandemic. So it's intended to keep people in their homes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments?
I'd like to move the item.
Okay. Is there a second? Second from Mayor Pro Tem Meister. Madam City.
And I guess before I do that, Councilmember Shine, you didn't want to add anything with those explanations, is that right? I just want to make sure I understood what just.
Thank you. No, not at this time.
Okay.
I'll wait for the future return from.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So we'll go ahead and proceed with a roll call.
Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yes.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you very much. And now we will move on to item 4B, an ordinance of the City of West Hollywood prohibiting smoking in common areas and new units located in multifamily dwellings, and so on. I believe we have a number of speakers on this item. I believe our staff is here to provide perhaps a report on this item, and then we'll turn to our speakers. Danny Rivas, take it away.
Great, thank you, and good evening, Mayor Horvath, Mayor Pro Tem Meister, and members of the City Council. My name is Danny Rivas, and I'm the Code Compliance Manager for the City of West Hollywood. Also joining me this evening is Jackie Rocco, Director of Public Works, Jonathan Holub, Acting Housing and Rent Stabilization Manager, and Lauren Langer, Assistant City Attorney. The item before you this evening is regarding the proposed changes to Title VII that prohibits smoking in common areas and in new units within multifamily dwellings, based on the direction received by City Council during the public hearing held on August 17th of last year. A fee resolution will also be considered this evening, adding the proposed ordinance as well as the Public Parks and Parklets ordinance that was adopted in August of last year to the Code Compliance Division Administrative Citation Fee Schedule. After several hours of public participation and City Council discussion last year, staff received the following 7 directives as outlined in the staff report. This proposed item addresses all City Council directives with the exception of number 6, which is to conduct a community survey, making all units tobacco smoke-free and reporting back to City Council on results. The proposed multifamily dwelling ordinance before you this evening would prohibit the smoking or vaping of tobacco and cannabis in multifamily dwelling common areas, which includes every interior and exterior space, and the smoking of tobacco in new tenancies and newly constructed or purchased dwelling units in multifamily dwellings with 3 or more units, including condos. As reflected in the staff report, several definitions are included in the proposed ordinance to give clarity to specific terms, which includes smoking, smoking cannabis, vaping, new unit, existing unit, and common area. Based on the feedback received from the public and California Apartment Association as it relates to existing tenancies and enforcement, staff worked with the city attorney's office and is recommending proposed changes this evening with language to provide clarity on section 7.10040 in the ordinance, which will add language to the second sentence in the section to read as follows. Any change to the lease terms of an existing unit may only be changed by an express written agreement of the tenant, and unless the unit is exempt, is subject to section 17.52.130 of the Rent Stabilization Ordinance. In terms of enforcement, section 710.060 makes violations of the proposed ordinance subject to administrative citations and reaffirms smoking, smoking cannabis, or vaping by a tenant in violation of this ordinance shall not constitute a nuisance, providing grounds for eviction as reflected in the Rent Stabilized Ordinance. Staff is requesting the second sentence in this section be deleted and replaced by the following. If a unit is the subject to a complaint for violation of this chapter, the unit will be deemed a new unit unless the tenant or landlord can demonstrate through a lease or other documentation that the unit is an existing unit. Another point of emphasis to highlight is in section 7.10070 regarding limitations and exceptions. This section includes the exclusion of single-family dwellings, duplexes, temporary and special needs housing, and multifamily dwellings where smoking tobacco or cannabis or vaping tobacco or cannabis is already prohibited in all units and does not prevent a person from smoking cannabis or vaping in their dwelling unit. During last year's public hearing, the City Council did not provide direction on smoking outside on private balconies and patios, and the proposed ordinance does not prevent this activity. However, if City Council desires to prohibit all smoking, including tobacco, cannabis, and vaping in outdoor private areas, the ordinance can be revised accordingly. So this concludes staff's presentation, and we are happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Okay, is everyone okay if we go to public comment first and then get into questions, or? Okay, so we'll do that. Madam City Clerk, we'll turn it over to you to administer public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. The first speaker this evening is Primo Castro. Primo, you have 2 minutes to speak under public comment.
Okay, great. Good evening. Everybody could hear me. I hope so. Mayor, Council, my name is Primo Castro with the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, a nonpartisan advocacy affiliate of the American Cancer Society, which supports evidence-based policy and legislative solutions designed to eliminate cancer as a major health problem. We appreciate Council's direction in addressing public health issues through your commitment in addressing tobacco control policies. However, we have serious concerns and are disappointed with this draft ordinance before you tonight, item 4B. As drafted, we are unable to provide our support for this ordinance. ACS CAN urges this council to protect all residents who live in multi-unit housing by amending this draft ordinance to prohibit all smoking, including cannabis and the use of e-cigarettes in all multi-unit dwellings in the city. In addition, it is important to promote and provide tobacco cessation services to those who wish to seek to quit smoking. The Los Angeles County Department of Public Health provides services to those seeking to quit smoking, and these services should be promoted to all residents living in multi-unit dwellings. This draft ordinance has serious health equity implications, leaving many residents behind. No one should have their health put at risk from secondhand smoke by others, including their neighbors, and those risks are the same whether housing is rented or owned, new or existing. Prohibiting smoking in multi-unit housing improves the quality of life and helps to protect the health of non-smoking residents and their companions by preventing the unintentional exposure that many receive as a result of smoking neighbors. We ask Council to please make needed amendments to ensure the safety of all residents, human, and our furry companion friends. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Primo. Our next speaker is Marissa London. Marissa, you have 2 minutes to speak under public comment.
Mayor Horvath and honorable council members, my name is Marissa London and I'm a staff member of Equality California and the Out Against Big Tobacco Coalition. I'd like to share some information on why smoke-free multifamily dwellings is especially necessary in the city of West Hollywood as the main gathering place for the LGBTQ+ community in the Los Angeles area. Across age, race, and identity, tobacco use is much more prevalent among LGBTQ+ people than non-LGBTQ+ people. In 2018, Equality California surveyed attendees at LA Pride in West Hollywood on their views on tobacco in the LGBTQ+ community. More than 350 people responded. 77% of respondents indicated that they thought tobacco use affected their community's health negatively. Respondents, including smokers and non-smokers, and results held across age, race, and sexual orientation and gender identity. Research also indicates that LGBTQ+ people are exposed to secondhand smoke at a higher rate. A 2016 study published in the American Journal of Public Health found that LGBTQ+ Californians were twice as likely as non-LGBTQ+ Californians to report being exposed to secondhand smoke in the home. As an extension of this finding, we can assume these rates are further compounded when living in multi-unit housing. There's significant evidence that LGBTQ+ Californians are also exposed to secondhand smoke at higher rates in bars, restaurants, and other community spaces. However, LGBTQ+ people continue to report they would prefer smoke-free environment options. Secondhand smoke obviously affects both smokers and non-smokers and can cause negative health impacts among people who have never smoked a cigarette. Thank you for your time in considering this ordinance.
Thank you, Marissa. Our next speaker is Shannon Kozlovich. Shannon, you have 2 minutes to speak under public comment.
Hi, council members, Mayor Horvath. I am Dr. Shannon Kozlovich, and that's doctor as in scientist. I'm a program manager with Equality California, and I work as staff for the Out Against Big Tobacco Coalition. I'm here today to talk about the impact smoking has on the community, particularly on non-smokers. Tobacco use inside one apartment impacts non-smokers in their most intimate environment, their living rooms, their bedrooms, their homes. Smoke and vapor from tobacco products do not remain only in the airspace of the tobacco user. Smoke travels through vents and windows and walls. Even when you can no longer smell it, the smoke has settled to leave deposits of nicotine and over 200 other toxic compounds, some of which are known to cause cancer. This is referred to as environmental or third-hand smoke exposure. The longer smoking is allowed indoors or in outdoor areas close to windows, the more of these harmful chemicals build up, increasing exposure to nicotine and compounds that lead to tobacco-related cancers. This includes everyone, from the kids who are crawling across the carpet to couples watching TV on their couch to any pets that could be walking over the floors. Simply painting the walls or changing the carpet between renters does not protect the next residents from the dangers of third-hand smoke exposure. Tobacco toxins can seep through multiple layers of paint. Toxins can seep up through new carpet that has been installed. In a building that has any smoking units, the walls would have to be completely washed. The carpets would have to be changed and the floors underneath washed before new carpets are laid down to observe best practices for limiting third-hand smoke exposure. And this would have to be done in all units in any building that has a single smoking unit in it. This would be a heavy financial burden on landlords, and this kind of turnover is even less likely to happen in the lower the rent is for each of the units. This leaves the most vulnerable members of our LGBT community at the highest risk for third-hand smoke exposure. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rob Bergstein. Rob, you have 2 minutes to speak under public comment.
Rob Bergstein, West Hollywood resident, homeowner, and landlord. First, a quick shout out to Ruth Williams, who's been actively involved in drafting our smoke-free housing policy, but is unable to attend tonight's meeting as she was in an accident yesterday and is recovering at home. We wish her a full and complete recovery. I knew we wouldn't get everything we hoped for in a smoke-free housing ordinance and that there would be compromises. What I did not expect is the very weak ordinance that is before you tonight. As currently worded, it appears that council cares far more about allowing current residents to continue smoking than you do about protecting the health of the majority of our residents who don't smoke. When I vote for council members, I vote for you to work for the residents and to protect our health. It is not necessary or appropriate to take a survey to determine a public health safety policy. It makes as much sense to me as council, knowing that wearing masks greatly reduces transmission of COVID-19, first takes a survey to see how residents feel about masks before requiring their usage. I ask that you consider the following. You would currently allow all existing smokers to continue smoking in their apartments, grandfathering them in until they either move out or move on, thereby exposing all of their neighbors to toxic secondhand smoke in their own homes. Please consider a reasonable time to grandfather out all existing smokers. Otherwise, it will take 10 to 15 years for all existing smoking tenancies to turn over. During that hopefully brief grandfathering period, required landlords to provide the smoking status of their existing tenancies to all prospective new tenants. And finally, please don't allow smoking on patios and balconies. My prior home was a second floor condominium in a 3-story building, and the last straw for me was when new homeowners purchased the unit below mine and smoked on their balcony. Even with my windows completely closed, their secondhand smoke drifted into my bedroom and I was forced to sleep in my living room. Thank you for the work you can do tonight to protect the health of our non-smoking residents.
Thank you, Rob. Our next speaker is Jackie Subak. Jackie, you have 2 minutes to speak under public comment. Jackie,
Hello?
you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Jackie Subak, a longtime resident, cannabis advocate, and business owner. I want to thank the council for listening to myself and the other advocates at the prior meeting on this topic and agree that it would not be practical to ban cannabis smoking on the inside of multi-unit dwellings. That was definitely a good start. However, staff received direction to allow cannabis to be smoked in outdoor common areas if allowed under state law. As a longtime cannabis advocate in the state, I respectfully disagree with staff's interpretation of state law, and particularly their belief that cannabis should not be permitted in outdoor common areas. In fact, I would refer council back to the letter submitted to you and the city attorney in August of 2020 by one of the co-authors of Prop 64, clearly outlining the intent of the law that she, in fact, helped to write. Staff's interpretation is contrary. What this outdoor common area ban on cannabis really does is creates yet another opportunity to disenfranchise our minorities, our seniors, our LGBT community, our people of color, our low-income folks, many of which are longtime medical cannabis patients. They will be impacted by this the most. You shouldn't have to be able to be rich enough to afford your own home, to own your own home, or to have the luxury of your own private balcony in order to smoke cannabis safely outside in the place that you live without fear. By the way this ordinance is written, all it's going to take is one call from a neighbor, and now that same person is looking at a potential citation or maybe even a visit from the sheriff. Finding safe places to smoke cannabis is a constant challenge. And as someone who does, I can tell you that no matter where I am when I'm smoking outdoors, I'm always looking over my shoulder. Do we really need to inflict that feeling, that fear of being reported on or even being shunned in your building due to outdated stigmas on our residents? Bans are not the answer. I think that this should be left up to the landlords and HOAs to create policies for their buildings. Let the people who live there make up the rules that work for them on this issue. This government, city's government, does not need to be involved in it, at least not as it relates to cannabis. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Our final speaker this evening is Dr. Marielle Riazza. Dr. Riazza, you have 2 minutes to speak. Dr. Riazza? You may begin.
Hi, sorry, I was supposed to be commenting on item 6A.
Okay, we'll move you to item 6A. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, that's our last speaker.
All right, very well. So I would recommend For safe reference, page 2 of the staff report includes all of the 7 items that staff has included in our in the ordinance that's before us tonight, with the exception of the survey. That might be a helpful way to talk about what's in the ordinance tonight. The ordinance exempts cannabis entirely and would take effect in 90 days, prohibits tobacco and cannabis smoking in indoor common areas, et cetera, et cetera. So who would like to begin? Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you. I am fine with the ordinance as written, with the changes that, the clarifications that Danny Rivas brought forward. Did you want to go through this one at a time, or is that enough to say?
That makes it very clear for me where you're at. I think that's good. And if we have to go one by one, we'll find out, and then we can get into that.
And then I just have 2 other comments. One is I think the reason that we talked about a survey was because a survey was brought to us and it wasn't a scientific survey. So that was one of the reasons that we thought that maybe a survey would be helpful, especially as we move forward with additional legislation as down the road. So if my colleagues don't think a survey is necessary, I'm not, it's fine with me, but I prefer to have one, but it's not the most essential. Although I would say that it's important for us to survey landlords to find out, how many of their units are being converted to non-smoking units, how many they've done over the years, because they have been able to do this. No one has ever prevented them from converting smoking units that had no designation to non-smoking units. So that to me would be interesting to find out. And then I wasn't clear if non-smoking units, when a unit is converted or a new building with non-smoking units, if they will be registered with our housing division in order to be able to, for staff to be able to look at those fees, et cetera, like if someone makes a complaint, how will they know? So I would imagine that we might need to have some kind of registration for newly converted non-smoking units and new buildings and, new units that are non-smoking. That's it. Thank you.
Do you want to respond to that?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Meister. The proposal does not include a registry program as proposed last year. But I know Jonathan Holub is on this meeting as well. And so I can definitely connect with him after the fact and see if we could maybe put together some sort of tracking mechanism regarding that. But it wasn't included in the proposal.
Thank you.
Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a question for staff at the moment. In terms of tobacco cessation programs, to help those individuals in our city, wean off tobacco or, kick the smoking habit, does the city offer any formal programs through the Department of Public Health? And this is just more of an educational item for me, but I know it's come up with several community meetings I've had. And, I think if we move forward with certain things, it'd be great to offer these types of programs or partner with the Department of Public Health to, ensure a better, healthy community, because I think it's an important tool to lead up to that success to kicking tobacco.
Yeah, absolutely, Councilmember Erickson. So the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health does have a program. We have been in touch with them. Not recently, but last year we did as a result of this item. And so we can definitely reach out to them and provide their resources and even put that up on our city's website as a part of some outreach component as well that we can provide to folks.
Yeah, I think that's an important aspect about it. I think that if we do move forward with this item, providing those services to individuals. One thing I am concerned about, and I told this story to, I think it was Rob on the call last week. My grandmother had an old friend who smoked every day of her life, and it would have killed her to quit smoking. And so, the ways in which, we offer these programs for those individuals in our, it would have killed her to keep smoking, by the way, it did, nevertheless. But, the ways in which we have people who may have just started but can't seem to kick it, but if we can get them early enough to get into these programs, I think that's an important tool that we can offer. And then, Madam Mayor, are we discussing the item currently? I'm happy to move into my comments if you want me to, but I know I had questions for staff, but I don't want to take up time if my other colleagues have questions as well.
You can do both. You can do both.
Great. I'll just say, I support the item. I would like to see if there's a temperature to move it, a little bit further. I do think a registry program is something, I know Mayor Pro Tem brought up. I think that is going to be a necessary tool that we might want to have in our back pocket as this starts overturning and coming up more. And in addition, I live in a smoke-free building. I have severe asthma myself. It's hard to me to be around smokers. So I hear and I want to thank the members of the public that have called in about these items and support. But, if there is a temperature from my colleagues to find a way to grandfather in all units, to find a way to make them smoke-free, I'm willing to have that conversation. If it's not there, I understand. However, I think we can do more to protect the public health of our communities against tobacco and all of its causes.
Okay. Councilmember Shine.
Thank you. I too support the idea of a registry. I think it will help us have more accountability and really know what we're dealing with, and it should be helpful for code enforcement as well. And I was also concerned about if we're going to move forward with this, really looking at smoking as not just this makes it very punitive, and understandably so in some of the areas, but this is an addiction, and I wholeheartedly support us providing strong smoking cessation programs for our residents. So then we accomplish and help our residents, and at the same time have bans and citations. I have a question about the current units. So when a tenancy is terminated and the landlord, do they get a choice to turn the new unit into non-smoking, or is it mandated, or is it just, how does that, what is the ordinance or law with regard to that?
Sure. Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Shine. So it would essentially be up to the landlord to make that determination. We are not including any mention of that in our proposed ordinance this evening. So it would ultimately be up to the landlord to make that decision. So we do have the difference between an existing unit and a new unit, which does relate to the tenancies. So if there was a change of tenancy that did occur and we did receive a report, then at that point we would make contact and ask that tenant and or landlord to provide any sort of supportive documentation to us to make the determination on whether it was an existing unit or a new tenancy, because that would determine the type of smoking and smoking product that they would be allowed to do. But it would ultimately be up to the landlord to transition that unit to smoke-free.
And when I say smoke-free, I'm just specifically referring to tobacco. So my understanding then from what you just said is this ordinance means that if a person that is a smoker uses unit 2000A and they move out, the landlord has a choice to continue allowing it to be a smoking unit, or because it's a new lease then or a new rental agreement, it has to be non-smoking.
Right, I'm sorry, yeah. So so if a new tenant took possession of that unit, then our ordinance does require that they not be capable of smoking tobacco. However, they would be allowed to smoke cannabis and they would be allowed to vape tobacco as well, just not smoke tobacco.
Okay, thank you. I think that's important to have as it is. I'm not supportive of banning cannabis. So with regard to private balconies, I have a question. With regard to private balconies in new units and new multi-unit buildings, is this ordinance also silent with regard to smoking on the balconies there?
Yeah, so the smoking on the balconies would apply to both new and existing units. So they would be allowed to smoke tobacco or cannabis or vape right now, regardless of whether it's a new or existing unit.
Okay. Another thing I want to say is Mayor Pro Tem Meister, I support the survey. I think it's going to be really important for whatever future potential ordinance would come back to us to have that information. So I support you in that. I would be open. I feel that if I am, once we get a registry going with respect to all new units, multifamily unit buildings, if I'm moving into a building and I say, okay, the whole building is non-smoking, I would not want to then smell smoking coming from my neighbor's balcony. And so I would support amending this to cover balconies in all new units. But as far as existing ones, I'm hesitant because while there's talk of grandfathering and this and that, I really want to make sure we're not putting our current tenants and current homeowners who bought their building and with other, they bought the building. This was not the case back then when they bought it. I think it's an overreach in that respect, and I don't want to expose current tenants to any kind of potential evictions or more fines than they currently need.
Okay, Councilmember D'Amico.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'm sort of orbiting a different sun, I think. I think I don't really support a registry, I guess because I would rather we crafted a law that didn't require an individual record of a particular activity in a particular unit by a particular person or set of people, which I guess gets me to I think we should say that all new rentals and all new units should be smoke-free, and then choose a date 9 months from now, January 1st, 2022, and just say that's when this city is going to be smoke-free. And survey people about how to get there, put in place programs that we believe will work today, and when we get the survey results in 4 or 5 months, modify them so that they carefully address what needs to happen next. But I just think there's, we have a registry for rent-controlled units, but we don't have a registry for the other. And Jonathan or Danny, you can correct me, but I think it's 25 to 30% of multifamily units that are under no registry, either they're condos or they're units that are built after 1979. So we would be inventing a third of our registry that doesn't exist. We tried to do that before to sort of track where rentals were going when rents were increasing in the 2017 through 2020 timeframe, and it was a little clumsy then. I'm not saying you guys are clumsy. I'm just saying that sort of gathering all that information in order to decide whether 8 807.5. Huntley is smoking and 807 3/4 Huntley is not, that's going to be a tricky thing. So I think those three things, not having a registry, choosing a date in which the city's housing stock would be smoke-free, surveying our tenants and our landlords and our property owners about how they would like to get there, putting some programs in place as soon as possible, modifying them when we get the survey results, all targeting a date certain when the city would be smoke-free. That's what I would like to pursue. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. So let's see how I do here. I think I agree that I would like to see us to a date certain about what smoke-free housing looks like. I think I agree with the public speaker that there are some things that, the public health impacts and implications are obvious, and it's our duty to try and help people in those circumstances. And in fact, to me, this item came from a need, a stated need in the public from many renters who were dealing with impacts living next door to smokers of tobacco and of cannabis, to get some relief because of health impacts, health concerns they have, and impacts of smoke on those health concerns. And so, when we had this conversation originally, I'm supportive of exempting cannabis. Though I was hopeful that we might be able to, in the handful of circumstances that we've heard, be able to help the residents who are seeking our help, because they really don't have any relief. They're not getting it from their landlords. It's why they came to us, and they're faced with having to live next door to chain smoking that impacts their health, and other health issues that they have, or leaving a rent controlled unit or other issues. So I think we have a responsibility to try and help as many people as we can, and I hope that's what we can do with this ordinance tonight. I don't know. So yeah, I don't think we need a survey to know how to move forward, or I guess to determine what the end goal is. Maybe how we get to that end goal. Certainly, I'm open to that. I have a question for staff. Well, two questions for staff, and then a couple for my colleagues, so we can make a motion together. First, and item number 5 says to remove the verbiage from the proposed ordinance, allowing for civil lawsuits as an available remedy for residents. Now, even though we're removing that language, that remedy still exists, correct? It's not like the remedy goes away just because the language goes away.
Absolutely, Mayor. Yeah, residents still have the ability to pursue that if needed.
Okay, I understand why people asked for that, and I understand why that happened, but I just want to make clear that remedy still is available if anyone should choose to pursue it. And then in item 1, it says that this would be effective 90 days after the ordinance is adopted. Is that because that's what's legally required, or was that based on specific direction that you got from our last meeting?
Yeah, that was based on specific direction that we had received from last hearing.
Okay, so we could adopt it sooner if we wanted. We wouldn't have to wait 90 days if we wanted to do it sooner.
That is correct, and I think the thought process last year was to provide a little bit of outreach to the landlords to inform them about the newly adopted ordinance if adopted this evening.
Okay, so what I heard was it sounded like a majority. Councilmember Meister, I wasn't clear if you wanted a registry or if you were just clarifying.
Yeah, the registry would not be smokers versus non-smokers. What it would be is when a unit converts to a non-smoking unit, and that unit could be a non-smoker in there or a smoker in there, it doesn't matter who, and now it's a new tenancy. The new tenant, the new unit, or the converted unit should be registered, because this is the this is a way of us tracking to see how things are going with this new ordinance, and also for our code compliance to be able to follow. It's not to target, it's absolutely the opposite of trying to target, smokers or non-smokers. It's we're saying those units are going to become non-smoking units. So there's no reason why we shouldn't know how many of them exist once they start converting, as well as the new projects that we approve, that are coming through the pipeline that are going to be non-smoking, they're going to be smoke-free buildings, right? So, so that I would think that would be helpful to staff and to us. It would give us information. The other thing I just would add is that as far as the balconies go for new projects, I agree that if, someone is, it's a smoke-free building, then the balconies should also be smoke-free for those converted units, or if not the converted units, sorry, the new buildings, the new projects that are going to be smoke-free. I think that then the whole building should be smoke-free. It's, common areas, the apartments themselves, and the balconies. So I'm fine with that. I think Councilmember D'Amico's idea to just pick a date and just go smoke-free. First of all, I don't know if that's going to include cannabis now or not. And what I would suggest, okay, I see shaking heads. What I would suggest is that we don't pick that date tonight, but what we do is the survey, and we say, this is what the goal of the city is, to become a smoke-free city. And let's figure out together how we get there, rather than us mandating the date tonight. So that's just my 2 cents.
Okay. So it seems like there's majority support for creating a registry. And it seems like there's majority support for connecting to or enhancing smoking cessation programs. Danny?
Yeah, if I could, I just wanted to mention regarding the registry, if council is considering that, I would like there to be at least some time for Jonathan and I to speak aside from this item, because there will definitely be impacts in terms of maintaining the registry and coming up with that. We don't have the software and some of the other components, and so we'd like to be able to at least assess that, have that conversation, evaluate that, see what the impacts would be administrative wise, even with staff, et cetera, and be able to come back with city council maybe with a proposal regarding that.
Sure.
And Jonathan, I know you're on. I don't know if you have anything else to add regarding that.
Just pointing out that we would know if council moves forward as the ordinance is currently proposed, after 90 days from adoption, and as we receive re-registrations in on new tenancies, we would know that those tenancies, at least tenancies that are not exempt from the RSO, would be new tenancies and therefore smoke-free. So we have somewhat of an existing framework, but I agree with Danny that we need to look at it more for those units that we don't monitor.
Okay, so what we're talking about right now, just to clarify, is smoke-free as it relates to tobacco only, not to cannabis. Is anyone interested in providing any sort of opportunity to hear from residents who are impacted by cannabis smoke, or nobody's interested in having that conversation?
Well, so I'm of the perhaps mistaken mind that cannabis is not used with the same frequency and regularity that tobacco is, certainly across the population. I could be wrong, and I'm guessing when we do a survey, we're going to find out. But I also, so that's the answer to that question. I also want to just go back one question to Jonathan and Danny. So how would we understand the changing of tenancy in multifamily units that are owner occupied condominium buildings, for example. How would we know that they have gone smoke-free when they have changed, when the title's been recorded to another owner? That's what we would be looking at, or if the owner rents it to a new person?
Correct.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
I was going to say, when it comes to rentals of condominiums, my division wouldn't know because those are exempt units. But to your point, to the extent we can monitor changes in, it would be hard to monitor those under the current system to know when a new tenancy has started in a condominium, at least under the existing system.
And then just to add to that, Councilmember D'Amico, we would in code compliance be able to run the title of the property to see when any sort of real estate transaction has occurred, if they had sold the property, or if there was a rental that did occur, then we would follow up and ask them to provide any supportive documentation to show an agreement of some sort.
Councilmember Shine?
Yes, Mayor Horvath, you asked the question whether we are interested in hearing from the public. I just want to remind everyone, I was at the meeting, not as a council member, but as a member of the public in August, where the issue of whether to exempt cannabis was there, and several people spoke, not smoked, for and against. And so this is the members of the public I feel have been heard. So as I stated before personally, I am not interested in adding cannabis to this ordinance that's before us.
Understood. Okay, so it sounds like a majority of the council is interested in creating a registry. A majority of the council is interested in making visible and supporting smoking cessation programs. Now, are we, as far as the survey, I've heard a survey to decide whether we want to go smoke-free or a survey to decide how to go smoke-free. So I just want to be clear what kind of survey we're giving direction on, who's where in terms of the kind of survey we want to do.
Well, I think when you ask, how do we go smoke-free, you'll find out the people who don't want to go smoke-free. I mean, I think they'll be pretty vocal. So I don't know that you really need to worry about it. I think it would be, I think it's about us looking towards the future. You know, it could even be part of our Vision 2050 surveys to say, you know, is this the kind of city we want to live in, and you know, how do we get there?
Okay, and I heard support from 2 people on committing to a date certain. Is anyone else interested in committing to a date certain at this time?
I'm not interested in that at this time. I like what Mayor Pro Tem Meister proposed, getting the survey back and really coming up. If we're going to commit to a date certain, I don't think we have enough information. And again, I'm concerned about our existing tenants. While I am concerned about our tenants that are dealing with secondhand smoke, you know, my family, my wife has asthma, so I completely understand. I am not personally a tobacco smoker, but having family members who have smoked my entire life, close family members, and watching them start and quit and start and quit, it is not as easy as here are the programs and you need to quit by this time. So I want more thoughtfulness put into it, and I think we could do that. I don't think setting a time tonight is the right time to do it, but perhaps something for the future with more information and thoughtfulness put into it.
Okay, Councilmember Erickson?
Yeah, I was just going to say I concur with that. You know, I like the bold choice to be like, okay, January 2020, whatever. That's why we love you, Councilmember D'Amico, because you want to set that date. I like that attitude. I think though that how we're doing it, we also have to understand that people are just never going to quit smoking. They're always going to do it, and people are going to do it. And so how do we set that up for success versus the punitive aspect is super important. And so I think we will find a date and time after the survey and figuring out what that is, and then we can move forward with that. And then I think that sets an important goal. I do like what Mayor Pro Tem Meister said regarding including it potentially as a Vision 2050 survey item, and what we're doing it into already existing programming, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel, because I think we already have that infrastructure moving forward. And as she said, if people do not want it will make themselves very clear, as we can all imagine. So I agree with what was said.
Okay, so Danny, go ahead.
Sorry, I also just wanted to ask City Council that in doing the survey, there is a possibility that we will obviously need to enter into a contract with a consultant in terms of providing that survey, and that will, of course, take appropriation of funds in order to do that. So that is something that we can certainly look into. The council wants to add that in there, and again, consulting with Jonathan Holub on that in terms of that. So we just want to make sure that we're budgeting it appropriately, looking to the future, and then also weighing out the impacts again with the registration. I think that's important administrative wise for us to look at that. So.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yeah, Danny, I would just suggest first talking to whoever is working on the Vision 2050 to see what types of surveys are going to be moving forward, and if there's any way to integrate this into that whole bigger picture. You might be able
to. The 2050 right now is on hold during the coronavirus. So if we want to do a separate survey to advance this sooner, we should just do a separate survey just on this topic.
Okay, so it sounds like the discussion is to move the item as is presented with the direction from staff, to include a direction to develop a registry, to include direction regarding smoking cessation programs, and we've given our direction on how the survey would be conducted. Is there anything else that I've missed, Mayor Pro Tem Meister?
Yeah, Councilmember Shine brought up the balconies on new buildings and new developments that are smoke-free in terms of cigarettes, tobacco. So I just wonder,
Yep.
where that may go.
Yep, I have that too. It sounds like there was majority for support for that as well. So that's on my list. So it sounds like that's the motion if someone wants to make it.
Moved.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second, and Lauren Langer has a question, so we have to hear that to make sure we get it right.
I have two places to unmute. Okay, so if the motion were to prohibit it, and when we're talking balconies, we're still just talking tobacco, correct? Okay, so I would look at section 710.030A. Danny, maybe you can look at that with me. I think that is the provision where we would add in balconies and private patios. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sorry, I was just pulling it up, but yes.
Okay, so 710.030A says smoking is prohibited in all common areas. We could add and balconies and private balconies and private patios of new units, and all new units on and after 90 days from the effective date. Is that the direction? Okay.
By new units, you mean new projects, right? New developments, not just the units that are being converted.
Right, new unit is a defined term.
Okay.
So it means new units issued a certificate of occupancy after the ordinance, or if they've been purchased, leased, or rented after the date.
I know you mentioned the 90-day issue regarding how fast we could do this. Specifically, there was no reason why we couldn't specifically make it 60 days. I mean, this has been, for as long as I've lived in the city, I feel like smoking is always an issue. But, you know, this has been on a lot of agendas here since before I was on council. I didn't know if there was an appetite from my colleagues to instead make it 90 days, make it 60 days to give 30 days extra time here, but happy to leave it as is, as I know I'm the maker of the motion.
Yeah, it didn't sound like there was support for that, so we can leave it as is.
Okay.
Councilmember D'Amico.
I mean, I don't want to split what is already a fairly fine hair, but it does seem to me that the 90 days is about the units and versus the common areas. And so in some way, it could be that we could make it smoke-free in all common areas, 15 days from the second reading, and that in the units, which we have to put together this sort of process for making sure that, apartments are registered, that landlords have the paperwork to talk with their new tenants, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know if the city attorney has some, and Danny just wishes we would just make this as simple as possible. But it does seem to me like we're saying, the common areas, the public spaces should be smoke free. And then if the person in 807.5 moves out, then what do you do about that? And so on is a different kind of question.
Well, before we get into legally how to do that, is there interest in supporting that idea from other council members?
I'm happy to support it.
Okay. Okay. So it sounds like there is support. So how do we do it?
Lauren, you're muted.
There we go. I was making sure I was not muted. So we're still talking about 710-030A, where it says smoking is prohibited in all common areas. We just said the private balconies and all new units on or after. So it's 90 days from the effective date of the ordinance. We could specify that 90 days applies to certain parts and the rest would become, and common areas would become effective immediately. Was that the proposal?
Or within
Yes.
30 days,
Yes.
or within 30 days, because I think you have to give landlords
Yes.
some notice.
Right. Smoking is
Okay,
prohibited
so
in
we
all
could-
common areas, 30 days from the effective date of this ordinance, and all new units on and after 90 days of the effective date of this ordinance, that sort of thing.
Yeah, you wrote that perfectly. Okay, so
I'm 10
smoking
years
is
in, I should be
prohibited.
able to do something.
Smoking is prohibited. That's how I would do it in all common areas, 30 days from the effective date of this ordinance, and in private balconies and private patios and new units, and in all new units on and after 90 days after the effective date of this ordinance.
So that would be March 1st. Well, maybe. No, I guess we have to have a second reading, March 15th.
Right, March 15th. Be around March 15th. Danny, did you have one other thing you wanted to add?
Yeah, I would ask council if they could add to their motion allowing the city manager designate to negotiate a contract and maybe adding up to 25,000 in appropriation of funds for a potential contract for a survey. And that would, prevent us from having to come back to city council at a later time. We would have that money appropriated. And if we were able to integrate it, like Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Meister had mentioned, then we can certainly do that. Or if not, that provides us with that money.
Are we okay with including that allocation, direction for that allocation?
Yeah, I don't think you're going to need more than 25,000 though.
Well, very good. We have that direction. It's included in the motion, and I have a note from our city clerk that the next meeting is 2/16, so the date would be March 16th, not the 15th.
Right. I think we should be silent about the amount because I believe the city manager can contract up to 75,000. So we'll just tell him to authorize up to the amount that's allowed.
Yeah, we just need to know what to appropriate. So I think for now, if you do, and I agree with Councilmember Meister, I would just appropriate 50,000 for now. And if we need to find additional resources, we'll find it within the budget.
Okay, so I know that there were many pieces. It took a minute to get to this motion. We've clarified the motion along the way. Is everyone clear on what we're voting about and what we're voting on? Okay, including our city clerk, who will have to take it for the record.
Yes, thank you for clarifying it along the way.
Okay, so let's go ahead then with a roll call vote, please.
Sure. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yes.
Mayor Horvath.
No.
Thank you. The motion passes. Noting the no vote of the mayor.
Okay, so now we will go to item 4C, which is COVID-19 small business grant update. This was a receive and file, but I do know that there was a request for some discussion and clarification. I'm not sure if we need a staff report, but I do need to know if we have speakers on this item.
No, Mayor, we have no speakers for this item.
Okay, do my colleagues need a report on this, or would you like to just jump into your additional direction?
Yeah, absolutely do not need a report.
Okay.
The additional direction that I wanted to add, or that Councilmember Shine and I wanted to add, was one additional criteria, and that would be that the business must show proof of filling out an application for funds from other sources, since this new wave of funding from the county, state, or federal government. And if they need help doing so, that we utilize our contract with the Chamber of Commerce for the Chamber to help them figure out how to fill out the applications with other funding sources. Because our goal is that we want businesses to survive, and we want businesses that are serious about survival. So we feel it's important that that is that there is that desire, they show that desire to get those funds from other sources in addition to our grant. And I don't know what we need to do with the chamber if the funds that we've already allocated for mediation, which I don't think has been is being utilized very much, if that's something that can go towards helping businesses apply. That was it.
Sorry, Councilmember Stein, I was on mute. Sorry about that.
Yes, I would just also add to that just a little, if the business that is applying is not, doesn't fit the criteria for the other, just in case we don't want to turn away businesses, if they don't fit the criteria for being able to apply to the other sources of funding, then they can still apply. So just in case. My direction is regarding the application period. It says is from February 10th to the 25th, and the webinar isn't until February 18th. And because it's a first come first serve, I'm concerned that would mean that the most savvy businesses would get an advantage if our webinar isn't until 8 days after the application period opens. So can we move that webinar earlier?
We can certainly move the webinar. We were trying to not schedule it close to the holiday, but we could look at either that Thursday or Friday if that is an option to launch it before then.
Great. That would be, I think that would be great. Either that, or if it's a big problem, just move the time a little bit over a week and then have the webinar. That way the businesses can learn what they need to do and then do the first come first serve, go at it.
Right.
Understood. If I may just ask a clarifying question of Mayor Pro Tem Meister's direction. So are you requesting that businesses submit any proof of funding sources through December 31st of 2020, or if they're currently applying for any of the other funds that were available.
Currently applying, and like Councilmember Shine said, they may not be able to get it, which is one of the reasons they need the grant from us. So, but we want to know that they're at least trying. I'm not even saying that they need to get that money, but the fact that they're at least trying, you know, trying all the possibilities that are out there. And that would be after January 1st. So 2021.
And it wouldn't, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Lauren, just so we're on the same page too, this wouldn't mean that if they get that funding, then they are excluded from getting our funding. Because I think the issue that was raised is let's not keep putting people off, because let's say a business needs $30,000 and the county's only offering $25,000. Well, our $5,000 will help them. It's just to make sure that businesses are doing everything to make sure they're successful.
Exactly.
Understood. Thank you.
Councilmember Erickson.
I had a question for staff regarding the tracking and follow-up. You know, one thing that we saw with the federal government, the former administration's PPP loans, is that we found out that businesses were applying for loans. Granted, there were in much higher amounts than the grants that we're having here. But is there going to be some type of report back from staff so we can figure out how these businesses use these loans? For example, we had businesses that, you know, applied for PPP loans and then closed because they didn't use those loans for our locations here in West Hollywood specifically. So I just want to make sure that we have that accountability built in. I saw Mayor Pro Tem Meister shake her head, but wanted to, I kind of, you know, we are giving out public funds, but would love to know what that report back looks like. And maybe it's just a refresher because we discussed it a while ago, but would love to figure out what you had all in store that way.
The plan is to include questions and for the businesses to provide information of how the funds will be spent. And then we can report back to council with the different grants that were awarded and what they were going towards. It is challenging to try to follow up and ensure that those grants would be used for what they're saying they will be, but the intent is that they would be using it for business-related expense.
Just like we do for co-sponsorships, there should be reconciliation. So,
and I just wanted to take a moment. I know some of this was covered in council member comments, but since this item does address workplace outbreaks, you know, I having consistent regulations to keep people safe would be incredibly helpful. I know people who are on some of these frontline jobs. I've heard, you know, some of these people are working 2 and 3 frontline jobs. And so if strict regulations exist in one location, but not in another, they risk spread. And then it's, you know, it's very complicated. We've been advocating for clearer direction from the county as it relates to outbreaks. I know that they notice them, but we don't get that notification directly. We have to go to the same county website, the public does. And so to the extent, I believe we're sending correspondence to the county to the extent that my colleagues support the idea of being specific about consistent regulations to keep people safe. I think that might be helpful as well. Any other comments? This was a receive and file, so no action is required. We've given directions, so we can move on to the next item unless there are more comments. Okay, so now we will move on to item 4D, which is the temporary use permit for outdoor gyms during period of local emergency. City Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Okay, so I'm not sure whether we need a report, but I do know that there were some questions. I see Mayor Pro Tem's hand raised already, so why don't we just get right to it?
Yeah, my question was, are we making sure that the business that's applying for the outdoor gym is a business that already has a business license and a facility here? Like that it's not just some trainer that says, hey, I'm gonna, you know, go get that parking lot and start training people. So that's my question for staff.
Thank you, Councilmember Meister. We have, yes, processes that will check to make sure that they are currently an existing gym or personal training facility within the city before we'll grant them a TUP.
So in other words, they have to have a physical location. That's my point.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And is there anything, are we going to make sure that, let's say there's 2 gyms that are near, that are looking for space, that we make sure that the one that is closest, most adjacent to the space, do they get a priority? I mean, I just wondered logistically how that will work, because we've had constituents email us and say, oh, this gym is, working out here and I'm right next door and blah, blah, blah. So I just wondered how that was going to work.
I can answer that question as well. And I apologize, Mayor Pro Tem Meister. The TUPs will be issued on a individual basis. They are slightly different from the outzone permits that were kind of more spread throughout the city. These are more specifically reviewed by our planning department. And I would have to, yes, defer to Director John Kehoe and Jennifer Alkire for those specific questions regarding the closeness of the 2 uses. But we know from the interest in the business community too that this is going to be used on a very limited basis.
Right. So I would say, we don't know when applications are going to come in. So most likely we'll be looking at them on one-on-one as they come in. If two do happen to come in at the same time, trying to look at the same spot, we will of course talk to them to try to work that out. But we're going to be looking at them as they come in.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few concerns about this item. I support it in theory. However, we've all been getting a lot of emails and messages regarding, mask compliance at these places, especially outdoors. I walk by certain facilities and see people without masks. Of course, they're not caught, or it's below their nose or something. Then we hear from staff members of the public who are worried about it and all these questions. So I would love to know how, especially as we're moving these individuals onto more areas where the public is most likely going to be more present. Specifically, mask compliance is going to be a big thing, but additionally, I am really concerned about sound. I mean, 6 a.m. to be, I like Rihanna, but I don't want to be woken up by 6 a.m. by Rihanna playing music personally, when I'm trying to work from home and do all that stuff. And so I am concerned about the noise impacts as we move these businesses temporarily onto properties that are more closer to multifamily units and we're all going to get those emails. And then they're going to say, what's going on? How are the public being noticed? And how is this sound being mitigated? I mean, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. it's a long time. And I don't know if there's room in here for my colleagues. I don't wake up at 6 a.m. for anything. So I don't, Godspeed to those people that wake up very early to work out. But I am concerned about the potential impacts that we're going to have to our neighbors and our communities for 6 a.m. loud noise. And I know it's specifically written in there that it's going to be, I don't know how you do that though in an outdoor space, but that's my comment. I saw Councilmember Shine raise her hand, but I'll let it go back to staff as well to answer.
As far as noise goes, we could certainly prohibit outdoor amplification. That's what we've done with the outdoor dining, is that we don't allow them to have any outdoor amplification. So that could certainly be a condition in all these TUPs, that they can't have that in the gym. It wouldn't stop the noises coming from the people working out, but at least it wouldn't be the throbbing music.
Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, I would like to add that condition. I don't know if there's a second to add that to this item. But that is one thing I've heard from members of the public already on this item. And so I too myself am concerned about how it could happen. So I would like to just see that condition added to this way.
Councilmember Shine.
I would second that. Absolutely. We've already received concerns from residents who have been dealing with noise in the existing outdoor gyms, and the part about 6 a.m. to 9 a.m., I would say add a condition that there's no audible noise. People that are working out can just listen to the music in their ears. I think it would be more helpful for our residents. That was the only issue I had, but I like the Councilmember Erickson that you brought up the mask issue, and I think that's, I would assume, nobody addressed it, but I would assume code compliance would continue to fine these businesses if they're not making sure their customers are wearing masks.
And also, this permit would be revocable immediately within 24 hours. So, it's unlike a regular TUP that would have to go through a process. This is part of the urgency nature of this, is we could just revoke it.
And just to clarify, the noise regulation that is currently in the ordinance, it does prohibit outdoor amplification of music. We created these guidelines to be consistent alongside our outzone regulations for gyms that are on private property adjacent to the business. This really just allows gyms that don't have the space directly outside of their business to basically relocate to either a vacant property or another parking lot or parking garage to have that outdoor operation.
Where do you have that in there? Because I'm looking at page 3, the allowable out, blah, blah, blah. All noise impacts should be limited to outdoor fitness areas. I get what you're saying, and not to be audible from any residential uses. So it doesn't, so if you're saying that, then it's not in this paragraph. And if you're referencing something, then that's great that it's already in there and we don't have to add this extra condition. But it sounds like from what John Kehoe said, we do have to add the condition to make sure these outdoor spaces don't have audible noise. So it's just lacking in that one area.
I think, John, you were reading the staff report, not the ordinance. I think it's in the ordinance and referenced or described in the staff report. But nonetheless, I think everyone agrees we want to have no music leaving the gym floor. I'll say that my workouts at 6 a.m. are done with headphones on that are distributed by the gym ownership, and they're cleaned between each use and so on and so on. I guess I just want to say one other thing, that I clearly do not disagree about wearing masks, since we have an upcoming discussion about that, as a matter of fact, later in tonight's agenda. But I also want to point out that we assume this ordinance will be in place for some number of months, and this pandemic and the guidance from the county will change as people get vaccinated and indoor and outdoor occupancies change. And so I think we need to make sure it reflects what's happening today, but also, and certainly we've been talking about this pandemic at every meeting, so we could always adjust it. But I can also imagine, some version of outdoor exercising in which there's distancing, and we go back to a sort of May 2020 version sometime in the summer of 2021. But again, I guess what I'm asking for is for us to make sure there's maximum flexibility for the staff to respond to what the county is doing, which I guess will happen at the next meeting. But I just want to remind us that none of us would have imagined last summer that we would be here this January, this February, and here we are. And so we don't know where we'll be going forward. And with that, I would support this item with the changes that were recommended by John and Seppi, council members Shine and Erickson.
And I just want, is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Shine. And I just want to reiterate, this is intended to be temporary in nature. I know that it's clearly stated and it's written in here, but I also, for the record, want to make sure that we make clear our intent on this item. So if are there any other comments? If not, we can go straight to a vote. Go ahead, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yes.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Great. Item 5A was moved to consent. So moving on to item 5B, Commission and Advisory Board appointments and reappointments. I believe our city clerk will walk us through this process.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. This item is for the reappointment and appointment of all of our commissioners and advisory board members whose terms expire on February 28th. So tonight we have tabled the at-large appointments. Mayor Horvath and Councilmember Erickson indicated that they will not be making their direct appointments tonight. So what I will do is then just go alphabetically, which Councilmember D'Amico loves, and he will get to be the first one to begin with his direct appointments if he's ready to make those this evening. You just need to unmute.
Unmute.
Or I can do it for you.
I am ready, but I need to find the document that prepared me to be ready. So
okay,
you could
so
go to someone else,
yes.
and I will, yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister, you raised your hand.
Yeah, I can go. For my direct arts and cultural affairs, reappointing Catherine Lee, Kat Lee. For Business License Commission, I will be appointing Elise Eisenberg. For HPC, reappointing Matt Dubin. HSC, reappointing Patrick Shandrick. PC, reappointing Lynn Hoopengarner. PFC, reappointing Susan Isaacs. PSC, reappointing Tori Berger. RSC, reappointing Agassi Tupchian. And Transportation, reappointing Chris Bowen. For DAB, David Nash. RAB, Raisa Aguf. Senior Advisory Board, Joy Noel. For TAB, I'm holding off for right now. And for Women's Advisory Board, Amanda Bleich. I think that's everybody.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Shine.
Thank you. Well, I am excited to appoint to the Arts and Cultural Affairs Commission, Mito Aviles, to the Business License Commission, Delphina Alden, to the Historic Preservation Commission, Michael King, to the Human Services Commission, Adam Mostafa Darvish, to the Planning Commission, Katrina Vinson, to the Public Facilities Commission, Jake Mason, to the Public Safety Commission, Alana Roche, to the Rent Stabilization Commission, Kimberly Copeland, to the Transportation Commission, Anne Marie Williams. For the boards, I'm excited to appoint to the Disabilities Advisory Board, Annie Samanko, to the Lesbian and Gay Advisory Board, Sarah Whitaker and Alex Paris, to the Russian Advisory Board, Victoria Safragina, to the Senior Advisory Board, Esther Baum, to the Transgender Advisory Board, Blossom Trishelle Brown, and to the Women's Advisory Board, very excited to appoint Keely Field.
Melissa, I forgot LGAB.
Yes.
Lucas John and I just did Renee Sotil.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember D'Amico.
Okay. I'd like to reappoint Dawn Marino Friedman to the Arts and Cultural Affairs Commission, and Rob Lowe to the Business License Commission, and Louise Smith to the Disability Advisory Board, and Lola Davidson to the Historic Preservation Commission, and Robert Gamboa to the LGAB, understanding that I need to have a further conversation with Zakia Wright about that, about her appointment. I'd like to reappoint Marquita Thomas to the Planning Commission and reappoint Larry Block to the Public Facilities Commission. I know that my two colleagues just appointed someone to the Public Safety Commission, but I wanted to ask if we could agendize a discussion of the Public Safety Commission at the next meeting to discuss the work program for the Public Safety Commission, since we have passed several items about justice and the framework through which we're looking at the Sheriff's Department. And I wondered if we could have that discussion, and then I wanted to discuss that with my Public Safety Commissioner and also choose Public Safety Commissioners at large after we have that discussion. So I don't know if that's too out of order to have the discussion about having that agendized, but for this item, I'm not appointing a Public Safety Commissioner this evening. The Rent Stabilization Commissioner, I'd like to reappoint Richard Maggio. And the Russian Advisory Board, I would like to reappoint Valentina Matihi. And for the Senior Advisory Board, I would like to reappoint Pat Dixon. And the Transgender Advisory Board, I would like to reappoint Alexis Sanchez, though I think my colleague has suggested, one of them, that Alexis may be appointed, and she mentioned it to me as well. So if that's the case, I will probably have to have that relisted at the next time we have this discussion. And the Transportation Commission, I'd like to reappoint David Warren. And finally, the Women's Advisory Board, I'd like to reappoint Jenner Deal. So I think that gets me through all of them.
Yes.
Okay.
And I will say, as it's my understanding that for the two of us who have not done our directs, that people serving in those positions will continue until we make appointments. That's right?
That's correct. While the term expires on February 28th, 2021, they will remain in their appointed seat until they're reappointed or their seat is filled.
Very good. And I'm supportive of Councilmember D'Amico's request. So perhaps maybe that's even something we could bring at our next agenda, that we have a discussion of the purview of the Public Safety Commission, and including directives that have come from the council for the commission to review. So we make sure we're clear about the purview of the Public Safety Commission, that it's, you know, inclusive of all the things that we've directed, and then appoint from there. I think that's a great idea.
Okay, our office will bring an item forward at the February 16th meeting to have that conversation.
Okay.
All right.
Any other points on appointments? Very
Thank
good. We got through that. Oh, Councilmember D'Amico.
So I have one request of the city clerk's office as well. I know there have been several people who have applied to the Planning Commission, and there has been much turnover and two at-large appointees. And I don't know if it's possible to ask the city clerk's office to somehow explore the idea that interest in the making of buildings, the planning of buildings, the design and construction of buildings, if other people wish to apply, I would be interested to look at those applications as well.
Okay, is the suggestion that we possibly add questions to the applications for the Planning Commission if those applicants have specific background, knowledge, experience in those, whether it be landscape architecture, building design, those types of things.
I don't think we'd need, I mean, I don't need to have questions. I'm just interested in professionals who are working in those fields, if they have an interest in applying, reading those applications as well.
Okay, great.
So maybe I just did it.
Yeah, or I can review ones that didn't necessarily apply to the Planning Commission and inquire if they're interested in the Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Great, Councilmember Shine.
I noticed that in our previous application, there was a question that asked, why are you interested in serving on this commission? And with the new program, the new application, when people were marking multiple commissions, not all of them were filling that part out. I think it would be helpful if maybe, can we make that a requirement so people can't move on unless they fill that out? I also would like to give direction to City Clerk to come up with some kind of explanation on our website so that people that are applying understand what it means to be someone's direct appointee and what it means to be at large. When I've been interviewing people, they have no idea that at large means that you need to call all the council members and get at least, pretty much 3 votes. And it will be helpful so they can advocate properly for themselves, to really have that information on the site that they go to.
Yeah, I want to second that comment. And just for members of the public, I am not appointing anyone tonight, as I announced online. And at the other meeting, I'm holding a public process for my appointees. I want to demystify this process. One thing I learned as city staff when we worked with the city clerk's office at the Women's Leadership Conference to start the How to Get Appointed to a Board and Commission workshop series many years ago, to get more women appointed to boards and commissions, was they have no idea about the process. And the first thing we would do is print out the application and then we rip it up, because that's actually not even how it really works, as we all know, as people sometimes appoint and then appoint people in whatever way. But I also have talked to many members, because I've interviewed a lot of people who have no idea about the at-large process. And they've, and current members do, and they're asking me for their support, but new members don't. And I think with the city seeing such a large influx of new voters and residents getting involved, especially in the last election, with the turnout numbers, more people are well aware of how they can be a part of the change in their city, because we are only 1.89 square miles, which is the best thing about us. It's really rare a city of our size has as many advisory boards and task forces as we do, but it's a great way for us to hone that special aspect about our city, because we have the ability to create public service opportunities, and more people I see every day, because when I look at my calendar and talking to them, are getting involved. So if there was a way that the city clerk could do an event like that again, because we're not having those things again, or an informational campaign, it would be really great, because that's just to the public's benefit.
Yeah, so to speak to the first one, to make it a requirement that they can't move on in their application, yes, we can make it so that it's a required question and they have to answer it. And 2, yes, we can update the website to indicate what a direct appointee is and what an at-large appointee is. We can also include it when they're completing their application so that they understand what that means, because individuals who've reached out to me to ask about how the at-large works, I have said, please reach out to each individual council member and let them know that you would like to be appointed at large. So I agree, it is a different process than maybe some other cities do it, so some clarification around that would be helpful. So we will make those changes.
Okay, any further comments? Great. So maybe we take a break at this point. I know we typically need a break. We got 2 items left, so let's do it now. And then can we come back at 9:30, or should we say 9:35? Do we need time?
9:35 would be nice.
Okay, 9:35 it is.
Okay.
We'll see you in a little bit. All right, it looks like we have the council back. Do we have our city manager and city attorney? Yes, we do. Madam City Clerk, let me know when we can begin.
You may begin, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, great. So our next item is 5C, to increase enforcement of face covering requirements. This is an item brought forward by council members Shine and D'Amico, so I will turn it over to them. I understand we do not have any speakers on this item, so we can get right into discussion.
Great, thank you. Councilmember D'Amico, thank you for co-sponsoring this very important item with me and working on this together. This is really essential. I think when the ordinance for masks passed, there was, while I wasn't on council, I know there was concern that we wanted everyone to know about our mask ordinance, and the sheriffs were giving warnings, a lot of warnings, and also a lot of masks out. Now here we are months later, our city residents know about our mask ordinance, and there are still a lot of residents and visitors, quite frankly, that are not abiding by our mask ordinance. And it's essential that we now move from just doing warnings to giving citations. One of the issues that caused me to want to bring this ordinance is that I found out that while we were keeping track of the citations, since the sheriffs were giving citations out, there was no way to keep track of how many warnings were being given. And if there's no track of warnings, then we don't know if one person is getting 2 warnings, 3 warnings, 4 warnings, because it's possible that different deputies might be approaching the same person, and they continue to make this happen. We need to make sure our residents are protected with this more increased, more contagious strains that are now hitting us. And now with outdoor dining opening up, I know that Councilmember Erickson, you raised the concern that I also have, that people are standing in line without masks, and we need to make sure we now we need to start giving, continue giving masks out, but also finding people who continually don't abide by our ordinance.
Member D'Amico?
And thank you, Councilmember Shine. That's exactly why I wanted to co-sponsor this, and was happy you asked. I also think there's a couple of things near the bottom, the last 2 recommendations, which are also about sort of how we will proceed. And really, I think we need to hear back in 90 days about the number of citations given. We need to pay attention to our new president's 200 million vaccines in 100 days. And I think we need to more directly confront the county about what they're doing in West Hollywood and near West Hollywood work sites that have outbreaks. And I think all of us are in some way on the record that the county is sort of outgamed by this virus, for sure. It's complicated, but merely listing that the grocery store that you go to has an outbreak isn't really helpful. It's not helpful to the grocery store. It's not helpful to the resident. It's not helpful. And so unless we have a plan to work with those work sites to help bring them back into compliance, to work with residents to understand what it means that a site is listed on that outbreak list, I think it almost actually probably does more harm than good. So those are the 2 parts of this that I am also interested in us discussing if we need to, or passing because we want to. That I think, as Councilmember Shine said, this is a developing story. I think in 90 days, we'll have more information now than we did 90 days ago. Believe it or not, 90 days ago was the beginning of November, and look at how much has changed since then. So that's why I'm glad to have been asked to support this and hope we can come to some agreements about moving forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Absolutely. Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yeah, I was just going to ask because, I didn't listen carefully enough, but the county, all of these county orders and they keep changing and everything keeps changing. But are people who are working at the grocery stores and people working in restaurants, do they have any priority yet in terms of vaccines? Because it would seem to me that you would want, essential workers like grocery workers to be getting vaccines, and you would want servers who, have interaction with the public, and you want to be able to open up, but then you don't, there's got to be more than just the masks. I think that maybe we need to write a letter or whatever, or lobby for this, but I think we need to be pushing for our servers and our grocery workers and other essential workers that are not necessarily, medical field essential workers to be up there in the chain of getting those vaccines, because they're the ones who are dealing with hundreds and thousands of people on a daily or weekly or monthly basis, whatever it is, as opposed to, me who's sitting in my office here at home, and that's about it. So I just wondered if anyone had any thoughts on that.
I'd like to know the county's thoughts. I think you're absolutely right that there hasn't been direction or any clear statement about prioritization of frontline workers outside of medical workers and healthcare workers in senior congregate living facilities. So we could certainly include that as direction in this item if that's the will of the council, I think. Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I too share and support this item. I share the concerns that I'm sure all of my colleagues get when we see people not wearing masks. I see it happen every day. Saw it happen when I was walking to Gelson's earlier this afternoon. But nevertheless, I do know that we get tons of emails and calls and texts every day from really vulnerable members of our community who have been stuck inside for so long. And if they can't get the vaccine, if they can't do these things, these bad actors are continuing to do it. I do want to make sure that we're looking at, the social justice aspect of this as well. When it comes down to, ticketing and fining, I understand that, there's a reason for it because Americans and people generally respond when their pocketbooks are hit. So that happens. But, I am trying to think about younger people who might be coming to the city that might be intoxicated and waiting in one of those lines. And if they are met at the wrong moment with a sheriff, and these are also individuals that carry guns. So I am also concerned about the police presence that we have here in terms of, having people come up and ticket them. I don't want altercations with the police department because especially if alcohol is involved at our bars or wherever else, we could see that happening. So how we do this, should be done carefully. I think that it's sad because we're at this point. The item's not sad, but we're at this point in our society where people refuse to adhere to specific commonalities to make sure our public health gets better. So I get why we are moving at this route. But I am concerned about some of the worst case scenarios that sadly might come about as it. So as our sheriffs are out there ticketing, how are they, giving or enforcing that they have masks? I know that our block by block ambassadors are not allowed to ticket. They're oftentimes the more people in the community. They are unarmed. I would like to, and I have spoken with public safety staff about giving them the ability to issue tickets. I don't know if that's something that we would like to have them further explore. So that way it's an unarmed presence that are ticketing people, which I think is something we should be considering. I don't like guns in general. So you don't know how I feel about, our sheriffs who are being asked to do a lot, and our code enforcement who are asked to be doing a lot to do this. And if our block by block ambassadors, who are goodwill ambassadors and have built up a level of trust in our community, to finally be able to ticket if that is where we want to go as well. I would like to have that conversation because I would like to see finally if, that's where we wanted to go. But those are my comments. I generally support the item, but I do worry about people with guns going and ticketing people versus how we could use unarmed responses going to those individuals and ticketing them as well. So I'll just leave it at that right now.
Okay. I want to go in reverse order on the recommendations. I support communicating with the County Department of Public Health about our concerns regarding West Hollywood work sites. After we were made aware of some of the locations in West Hollywood and the numbers that they were reporting, I reached out to the county and asked what their rationale was for allowing what they've deemed essential businesses to continue to operate in spite of some of COVID. And they said, as long as businesses show a good faith effort, they try to let them continue to operate. Meanwhile, we have many businesses, especially those in the hospitality industry, who haven't had one report of COVID, who were shut down indefinitely. And so I think communicating about what would actually be helpful information and how that information gets reported, so it's useful to members of the public, I think is great, and I certainly support that. I'm not clear from the way this is written if there's a recommendation, if the recommendation is to change the administrative citation fee schedule. So I had a question about that. I know it referenced other cities in comparison to ours. So was the suggestion that we were going to change the administrative fee schedule or leave it as is?
Well, I think the shortest answer to that question is yes. We can either leave it the way it is or change it to come up with another set of fees in a category that would cover these violations, first, second, third, etc. So I think, so that's the answer to that question.
Okay. For my part, I would prefer to leave the fees the way they are. I think decreasing that, if the intent of this item is to step up enforcement, I don't think decreasing the amount of the citation, is consistent with that message. And I think if we're, in some cases we have a city staff person respond, a security guard respond, then it escalates to a sheriff's department. The amount of time and effort that has to be put into issuing a citation, I say $300 is, more appropriate for the amount of time that's invested in issuing that citation and the after report. So on that part, that would be my vote. But I think overall, I share Councilmember Erickson's question around, who is responding and the best use of our resources. I think last summer, the council had a discussion about, taking armed law enforcement out of rotation on traffic stops. And yet here we're going, I think what we're asking is to increase foot patrols of people with guns to issue citations without warnings. And so I think that is a confusing message to the public. I think it's a confusing message to law enforcement that people were actually asking to enforce this. And I think that actually contributes more to why law enforcement probably doesn't want to hand out as many citations than the amount that the citation is written for. And so my hope is that with this item, we just get really clear what our message is. If we want them to enforce this, which it sounds like we do, and I share that concern and that intention, then we have to support them when we start to get those complaints from people who are like, I can't believe the city of West Hollywood just gave me a ticket for not wearing a mask, in the same way that we get complaints about parking tickets very often. And we will have to support them in that. And it's been my understanding that Block by Block doesn't have the authority to issue citations. If we can change that, I would support that. I know something that's also been mentioned in the past is whether Parking enforcement, which does have the authority to issue citations, could be charged with this effort as opposed to law enforcement. I think getting creative to enhance enforcement is something I'm interested in. But I think right now I'm not clear whether we're supporting law enforcement doing this or not. And so I guess that was my sort of overall question. The how, more than I'm clear on the why, and I share the why. I think the how is what my question is. Councilmember Shine.
Thank you, Council Members Erickson and Mayor Horvath, for bringing up this is an important topic. I want to share that one of the reasons I was also concerned with some people getting warnings that we can't track how many versus the people that are getting cited was also based in social justice concerns, and making it fair across the board that at this point we've given enough notice to our residents and, quite frankly, our visitors. And I think the city of LA is also beefing up, if they haven't already, their enforcement of masks. So I believe at this point, people that are visiting, whether they're young, not young, drinking or not, need to abide by the ordinance, and that's that. Now, with respect to there is not an ask for increased foot patrols. My understanding is that there's 2 teams that go out weekly, and I don't know if Lieutenant Mulder or Kristen is here that can speak to that. Kristen Cook. There's 2 patrols that go out weekly that patrol specific areas, and that's where a lot of people are, and that's where they've been giving mostly warnings out, and along with masks. And then if a resident calls in and says, I'm on North Crescent Heights and there's 3 people without masks, then they put a call out to all the deputies, and whoever's the closest will ride to that area. And if the people are still there, then they would give them warnings, or if they recognize maybe that they've already given the warning, they would give a citation. I am absolutely for moving this to block by block. It's something that I have thought about. If it's a possibility, and I think Paul and Lauren Langer are here to make some comments about that, and maybe give us some more insight. But just wanted to have that information.
Yeah. So if I may, I think at this point we will create a program that by the end of the day, we're not going to be looking at a lot of citations. I think there will be citations. I think the word will get out, and I think that compliance will be the word. Block by block is not accredited and certified to do individual citations, and that would be really difficult. Also, while I hate to elevate it to a deputy, some of the people who refuse to wear masks need to be dealt with by a deputy. And we have these challenges right now in Plummer Park where staff's ignored, block by blocks ignored, and it requires a sheriff's deputy. And after the sheriff deputy offers them a free mask, they still get a ticket. I mean, people work really hard to get tickets in our town. So I think at this point, if we are going to initiate and kickstart this program, while it seems to be a little bit overkill in terms of having a deputy do it, it's an interesting interaction. It's an interesting exchange. I remember years ago when code compliance would do some of the off-leash dog enforcement, and it's not a safe thing for them to do. People in those situations sometimes don't behave their best, and having a professionally trained deputy to administer the citation is probably the best we're going to get. And again, I don't anticipate that there's going to be lots and lots and lots of citations issued. But for now, in terms of deploying those resources, and as Councilmember Shine mentioned, we do have resources in the field already. And in essence, instead of giving a mask and a warning, they're going to be giving a mask and a citation. And that's probably, I think from an administrative and management perspective, that's the best route to go.
And Mayor, if I could just add that for me, I think this is an all hands on deck moment that we need to enforce this, and we need to be clear that we want our city open for business, but not for COVID. And the end. And I do think we maybe are diverging here. I do think we should set the fines in a comparative way with Beverly Hills and Santa Monica, maybe 100, 200, 300, or 100, 200, 500. Because I do think, you know, $100 fine or a $50 ticket and a $50 fee, or a $100 ticket and a $50 fee, that's, you know, that's a serious, you know, my Thursday night is messed up experience. And it's not going to happen again, but it's going to tell everyone that, you know, we're open for business, but we're not open for COVID. And so I just think, you know, for me, that's where I hope this goes. It sounds like Councilmember Shine and I have sort of put together 4 things that we're going to have some agreement on. For me, the fee schedule, I think needs to be serious, but not, you know, make it so that someone can't afford their rent, or make it so that, you know, it becomes I mean, if they're out having 3 drinks, they're spending $100, so they can maybe skip next Thursdays and come back the following Thursday with their mask. So that's my take on that.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you. Yeah, so I agree about the fines. They are pretty steep, and I think you know, we want to make a point, but you know, we don't want people to then be homeless because of it. So I would say that, you know, something like Santa Monica has, you know, plus the $50 administrative fee is, I think, would be sufficient. I agree with the city manager. We already have enforcement in place. They're out there. It's probably the most efficient way to do it, as well as the fact that people get really, you know, they get aggressive. They really do, and they, you know, about not wearing their masks. So I think that, you know, this is probably the only way to go at this point. And on the 4 points, let's see. Again, on the 4th point, I would like us to also include in our letter something about prioritizing, you know, essential workers and servers who, you know, who are having the interaction with many people. That, you know, it makes sense that they be vaccinated so that they don't spread it. That they're actually serving safely. I think that's it.
Okay. Councilmember Erickson.
Yeah, I also think that we need to ensure, I don't know how this happens, so, but, you know, our code enforcement staff, you know, is out there in the field doing all this. And if they haven't been able to be essentialized, I can't remember which one of my colleagues was talking about. Was it you, Mayor Pro Tem Meister, about people not being on the top tier regarding the vaccination when they're out there dealing with the public in these ways? But whereas the sheriffs are first responders and should be vaccinated, you know, if there's any way in which we can work to make sure our code compliance staff is getting a priority, maybe they walk across the street to the Men's Health Foundation and get the vaccine. I don't know. But I'm just saying that out loud to be, you know, a little bit facetious, but ultimately, you know, we are asking code to really be out there in this time. And I want to make sure we're protecting our staff as much as we can, if possible. So I see Paul unmuted, so I'll stop. So.
Well, it's just that, yeah, I mean, the conversation we're having is just, you know, this high degree of frustration. Again, we created a criteria and expanded this criteria for people who don't need to be exposed, and those who do need to be exposed are not in that criteria. They're not getting the vaccine. So it's really problematic. And I'm comfortable sending the county a letter, the state a letter, and the federal government a letter. None of it's going to change, because they're just pushing forward with their plan, and it's really a challenge for us. One of the things we are trying to do is similar to the excess vaccines. If any of the clinics that are local do have spares, and sometimes appointments don't come through, to be able to prioritize some of our workforce to get the vaccine. But for now, as we're rolling our employees out into the field, the standard really is for them not to put themselves in harm's way, not to go into buildings, to make sure they're wearing masks, and to do as much of their job as they can from the car without having to interact with people. I mean, it's really problematic.
So this item, so I'm clear, we're moving from, we'll still have law enforcement be the issuer of citations, but instead of issuing warnings, they'll just be going directly to citations. And then the second part is that you want to change the fee schedule to be in alignment with Santa Monica and Beverly Hills. Yes. Okay. And then to come back in 90 days to see how that works. And to also give, to also write a letter to the county about our thoughts about work sites in West Hollywood and what we would like to see them do. Do I have that right? Oh, I'm going to go to Councilmember Shine first, so I make sure I'm getting the item right, and then I'll have clarification from Lauren Langer.
Thank you. The only thing that, a couple of things to think about. I am supportive of lowering some of these higher tiers. They're very high. There's a couple of things to think about. We've already given $250 fines to other people. So do we want to lower it to now to 100? So that's maybe a discussion we should have for the first fine. Secondly, the Santa Monica and Beverly Hills have 3 tiers and we have 4. So what we want to talk about for the 4th violation, if we even get there, because I think currently we have all first just 1 violation, but we haven't had many seconds from what I remember.
Okay.
And just one of the things to make everyone aware, and I'm sure this is what Lauren was going to say, if we're changing the rates and we're changing the actual the citation, we can't do that until March. We're going to have to do a public notice. It's part of a fee resolution. And if we're really trying to have immediate impact, while the fee schedule isn't perfect, I would say let's move forward with it at the current rate. We could still bring it back, so some people may get cited at the higher rates and we can come back and adjust it later. But otherwise, we're going to be waiting an entire month before we can implement this program.
I do concur. Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor.
What?
Oh, I do concur. I share, the concerns about, we don't want anyone to, go homeless or, have to choose between this. But, if I got a $300 or even higher fine, I would definitely not do that again. So I think I agree. I mean, it's a lot, one day I'll tell you the story of my first traffic ticket and how much that was. But anyways, and I never did that again, well, until much later in life. But I do think that the ways in which, this will definitely, I think, make a big impact. I agree with what Paul is recommending and moving forward. So that way we can do this now for the immediate relief of our residents. So.
And Paul, we have an administrative citation process for people who can't afford fees, right? They can work it off and that sort of thing.
Not
right?
really. They can appeal it, but the fee is going to be the fee.
The fee's the fee. All right.
But
it is what it is.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. And this isn't a month into the pandemic, and just really reinforcing what you've been saying is, if anyone is out there not wearing a mask, everybody knows they should be wearing a mask.
I think nobody's going homeless if they have a mask on their face. I mean, I just don't understand. Like, I think if we're saying we're being tough on mask enforcement, then let's be tough and keep the fines, both for efficiency and for message. We'll move to citations. We'll get a report back in 90 days and we'll send the letter to the county as instructed with Mayor Pro Tem Meister's additional direction about workers.
So moved.
You want to second that? Okay. So moved by D'Amico, seconded by Shine. And if there's no other discussion, roll call, please.
Councilmember D'Amico,
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson,
Yes.
Councilmember Shine,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister,
Yes.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Okay. And now we move to excluded consent. I believe item 2M was pulled for discussion. So I think Councilmember Erickson pulled that, so I'm going to throw it to you.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor. I appreciate the ways in which this item is coming forward to look at what a living wage is looking like here, and in the ways in which our minimum wage issues are something to be needed to be addressed. I think, however, if we're going to address the wholeness of this issue and the ways in which we're actually looking at what is a minimum wage in West Hollywood, I would like to make a motion to give direction to staff to come back with an item that increases the actual minimum wage in West Hollywood in 60 days.
Councilmember Shine.
Thank you. First, I want to thank our colleagues, Mayor Pro Tem Meister and Councilmember John D'Amico for this item, so important. And I agree with Councilmember Erickson, who would also, I'd like to second that motion and have that come back to us to really make this holistic. If we're going to look at the different wages for the city as a whole as well.
So Councilmember Erickson, so I'm clear, you're asking for the minimum wage to be increased to what?
I would definitely think that we need to, the item itself, when we look at living wage and how the minimum wage would itself be changed, I think staff can come back with certain options for the rates and what we're doing. Right now, as we see, the minimum wage is what it is in the staff report. However, as we know, if we're actually going to be supporting workers here in the city holistically, I think that includes the ways in which we increase the minimum wage overall. And then that will come back and look at how the living wage itself can be updated to reflect that higher amount to make sure we're providing that living wage aspect as well. So I'm happy to have staff come back with options that we can consider and we can digest it then in 60 days when we look at the ways in which the minimum wage could be actually increased to higher than what it is now.
Okay, I think staff's going to want a little bit more specific direction, so I'm sorry to press you.
So I'm happy with staff to come back and thank you for pressing me. It's good. I'm happy for staff to come back with a recommended item of looking at minimum wage being $16, $17, $18 and seeing what those impacts would be to our local community.
Councilmember Shine, is that something you support?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Meister or Councilmember D'Amico, do you want to speak to your item and what your intention or respond to that or?
Yeah, I mean, I think the idea was to look at the minimum, to look at the living wage because we haven't looked at it for a couple of years and to see where it landed in respect to the current minimum wage, which we had made sure that we were aligned with the state, if I remember correctly. And so I would like to first see what staff comes up with in terms of the living wage before making any decisions regarding the minimum wage. And then the idea was that, as you remember, Mayor, when many years ago, there was a hotel project. I think it was the Addition. Was it the Addition project where you requested that the living wage be paid to the employees of the hotel? It was never made a consistent, something that was consistent. It was, I guess, staff figured they would just do it on a case-by-case basis. So that was one of the things that I wanted to also look at. And then this was really a dovetail to Councilmember D'Amico and former Councilmember John Heilman's item regarding the development public benefit and development agreements, because well, what my view was is that development agreements and public benefit tools, developers get a lot out of them. And so part of the public benefit should be a contribution, in a sense, to the workers, whether that be the construction people or the people who are in the businesses afterwards. So that's, I was limiting it to look at development agreement projects and projects that benefited from our public benefit tool. So I would just rather wait before moving ahead with Councilmember Erickson's direction, and first let staff do this, first of all, what the item that Councilmember D'Amico brought forward before, and then this item, which we have brought forward together in the view of what is the living wage now, and see where it falls out.
Councilmember D'Amico, did you want to add anything? We have one speaker, so I wanted to throw it to you first before I go to.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from the speaker, of course, maybe first, but I think there's also, so I'm happy to look at this for sure. It certainly makes sense to understand where our minimum wage is and where our living wage is, and why they may be different or why they're married and forever the same. For decades, right, our living wage was an attempt to sort of outshine what the federal government was doing and what the state was doing in terms of understanding the complexities of living in West Hollywood, the businesses that contract with West Hollywood, because many of these workers don't work in West Hollywood. They work outside of West Hollywood, but they have contracts. The city has a contract with West Hollywood. So we say, if you're sorting our trash, you get our living wage. If you're doing this, you get our living wage. If but also if you're working in a business in West Hollywood that we've said has to have a living wage, then you have the living wage. So I think Councilmember Erickson, Councilmember Shine are making a really bold choice, and it's a good one, and I support that. I'm just not. I want to make sure we're not, slugging the ball out of the field, out of the ballpark, and then we can't find the ball, because we hit it so far. I'm not aware of the kind of information that maybe they are about where people think the minimum wage should be, given that the state has sort of set up a 5-year plan that I think we're 3 years into. Workers and businesses have come to understand that as an organizing idea. But our living wage ordinance was really, as the Mayor Pro Tem said, about people who contract with the city specifically, and people who get development agreements from the city specifically, or some kind of entitlement that comes with a wage question. So I don't want us to lose sight of that important piece, because in my mind, they are two different pieces. They are separate ideas that may, in fact, their Venn diagrams may cover much of the same territory. But I think, so that was a super long way of saying, yeah, let's have the staff come back with a discussion about minimum wage. But I also want the staff to come back with a discussion about the living wage ordinance, and whether, I think John Heilman invented that or took it up in the late 80s, and maybe we're leaving that behind. Maybe the living wage ordinance is no longer relevant. We just need to focus on our minimum wage and somehow make sure we just update that beyond where the state is or where the federal government is. So And I do want to hear from the public, but obviously we all have our hands up. We all have things to say.
Yeah, so I'm going to hear from that person first so we can have the benefit of that comment and then we can get into it. So City Clerk.
Thank you. Our first speaker and our only speaker is Jonah Breslau. Jonah, you're welcome to speak for 2 minutes on item 2M.
Hi, my name is Jonah Breslau, and I'm a research analyst at LANE, the Los Angeles Alliance for a New Economy, which is an advocacy organization dedicated to building good jobs, thriving communities, and a healthy environment. And we have fought for many years to increase the minimum wage. And I'm very glad to see the council considering a living wage proposal and higher minimum wages. It is so challenging for low-wage workers to literally survive in this moment with the pandemic. And so this proposal was a good beginning, and I really appreciate Councilmember Erickson and Shine's motion because working people deserve better. As rents have skyrocketed, wages for service workers have stagnated. And West Hollywood, frankly, lags behind some nearby cities in raising the minimum wage. And it is the moral duty of all cities to ensure that wages reflect the dignity of labor. And there are, more basic reasons to raise wages as well. Higher wages would also enable workers to spend more money in West Hollywood. In 2013, a LANE researcher named Eddie Gutierrez estimated that raising the minimum wage just for hotel workers in Los Angeles would stimulate the economy to the order of $70 million. So I urge you and applaud you all for continuing to look into raising the wage so more workers can live, work, and play in West Hollywood. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Shine, I saw you were trying to get in, so I'm throwing it to you.
Thank you. I just want to say, I don't think this is a first, Mayor Pro Tem Meister and Councilmember John D'Amico, the living wage is important, and I support your item. I do feel that to really get the full picture, having staff come back to us with this is actually more beneficial, and staff can hear different, we gave direction tonight to be specific, and I think staff can also provide some context in response to Councilmember D'Amico's concerns about state wages, LA, City of LA, our wages, and have a broad picture. So to really be able to, and since we're not making decisions tonight, why not have more information? I'm always about transparency and as much information as we can get, and then we'll decide at that point. So that's kind of where I stand.
So, so perhaps what we can do then is proceed with the item as it was originally intended to evaluate the minimum wage and take a look at how, especially projects with development agreements, and community benefits provide that opportunity for us to kind of look at the added benefit of a wage increase for people working on that project when it exists. And we compare that with taking a look at the minimum wage in West Hollywood to see if we need to reevaluate that, and if so, how that would relate to the living wage. And to Councilmember D'Amico's point, maybe there's not a need for both. Maybe there is. Maybe there's a unique opportunity to with development agreements. I would say the projects that we've seen lately have trended away from development agreements to do other things, but I think it still could happen. And I think making sure that we build on successes from the past to have that trend continue, I think is a great idea. So I was pressing for specifics if we were going into either or, but if we're not in either or land and we're taking a look at, where we are for minimum wage, where we are for living wage ordinance, maybe there's a recommendation that combines both, addresses both, and takes into account all of these aspects, looking at some higher minimum wage dollars, perhaps looking at what the federal government is considering. I know that there's been discussion with the new administration of revisiting the minimum wage as well. So, sort of a comprehensive, holistic approach to the conversation where we don't have to split the baby just yet. Councilmember Erickson.
Yeah, and I think you're completely right, Councilmember D'Amico. And I do support this item. And the last sentence on page 2 of the second to last paragraph, if the living wage is not increased, the state minimum wage will supersede the living wage and effectively become the only minimum wage. The ways in which these two Venn diagrams could meet in the middle and one's not needed versus the other. I think that if we're going to holistically be the progressive city, be the creative city, let's support our workers. Let's look at our minimum wage overall. And if that is the need to be the higher one at the end of the day, how does that influence the living wage? Vice versa, kind of what you were saying, Mayor. And I think this is our chance to finally stand with people in our service related industry and everywhere else that need this type of uplift that we've been fighting for at the federal government for quite some time. Maybe one day it will come, but here in West Hollywood, we can actually lead on the minimum wage once and for all.
Yeah, and I think too, even if there is an increase of the minimum wage, looking at what a true living wage is in West Hollywood, it's a question I've asked in the past. We tried to increase the minimum wage, that didn't happen. But when we also took up the living wage, that was also less than what was proposed as the minimum wage. And, living on $13, $14 an hour in West Hollywood makes it very difficult to live in West Hollywood. And so what actually is a living wage? What do we mean by that? And what do those numbers actually encompass when we think about those wages? So I think I'm glad that this conversation has been reopened. I think taking a look at each of those aspects and how they relate to each other is important. So that would be my motion if there's a second.
But before I second it, I want to say that, in fact, we did increase the minimum wage several years ago. We just didn't go to $15. And then shortly after we voted, I think you voted against increasing it at that point. We voted to increase the minimum wage, and then the state voted to put in a 4-year plan to increase the minimum wage. And again, I just want to return to, I'm concerned. Well, I'm optimistic that developments that come with an influx of cash and a kind of basis for their existence that are different than existing businesses. That's why I think we need a living wage that we can apply to specific circumstances, so that when people come to our city, they have an understanding that a living wage could accompany their entitlement, versus every time a developer comes to our city, we have to increase the minimum wage, because some businesses are not in a position to a $250 million hotel can afford to pay a couple of dollars more, but the small restaurant next door maybe can't do that. So the minimum wage might be at 17 and the living wage might be at 19 at that hotel. And they would know as they came in to get this entitlement that as a council, we would be applying the living wage because they have that advantage economically. And we want to include our workers in that advantage. That's why I think the living wage as an idea needs to exist, and as a number needs to have some form and shape and meaning. If they're the same and we decide that, then it's the same, but then it never takes advantage. Well, let me say it differently. We often extract, as Mayor Pro Tem Meister said, we often extract a public benefit. If we can't apply the living wage to that extraction, then all we do is get money for our general fund. And that's more difficult to share with workers directly than a living wage, which is shared directly and doesn't come through our general fund. That's an awful lot of explanation for the guy at Lane, for all of us, for my understanding of what I've been doing here for 10 years and 5 years before at the Planning Commission. But that's why I think a living wage idea has actual merit, because then everybody who shows up, you lay your plans down and you talk about your entitlement, oh, you're going to have 150 workers. Well, they're going to get the benefit of a living wage as part of our public benefits. So yes, I second that motion.
That was a very eloquent second.
Yeah, no, I think it's good. I mean, we're putting it all out there. I think there's certainly rationale for both, and I think I understand where you're coming from in terms of identifying, resources to address that. I would also say, I think we heard that concern when we talked about a minimum wage increase in the past, and I think it's something the federal government will hear when they consider doing a $15 minimum wage increase. Nationwide at some point. If it happens nationwide, it doesn't become affordable, or it wasn't unaffordable, when it was only certain people. I think that's kind of the idea. So studying them all in relationship to each other, recognizing that each has a different application is great. Any further discussion? Okay, Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yep.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, and now we'll move on to item 6A, which is an ordinance of the City of West Hollywood amending Chapter 5.114 tobacco retailers to prohibit the sale of flavored tobacco products and the use of tobacco coupons and discounts. I believe we have 20 speakers on this item, so I don't know how much of a report we would like, or maybe we can jump right into speakers. Yes. Is everybody clear on, okay, sounds like everybody's clear on the report, or it looks like everybody is. So maybe we'll get into our speakers first. Then if we have questions and discussion, we can go from there. City Clerk, I'll turn it to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker is Primo Castro. Primo, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 6A. You may begin, Primo.
Great, thank you very much. Good evening again, council members, Mayor. I'll keep it short. The American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network is in strong support of this ordinance as is. Thank you very much for bringing this much needed policy to West Hollywood. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Primo. Our next speaker is Dr. Marielle Riazza. You have 2 minutes to speak under public comment.
Hi, good evening, Honorable Mayor Horvath and council members. My name is Dr. Marielle Riazza, and I'm here as the co-chair of the Out Against Big Tobacco Coalition with Equality California. I want to talk about restricting the sale of flavored tobacco products and banning the redemption of tobacco coupons, specifically to address the disproportionate burden that is carried by marginalized communities due to their higher rate of menthol-flavored tobacco product use. Some of the most well-known statistics surrounding tobacco use focus on the targeted marketing to marginalized communities and use by big tobacco, especially when it comes to menthol use. Less well-known are the effects of menthol coupled with tobacco on the human body. Over the past decade, the scientific community has answered many questions about the impact of mentholated tobacco products. In 2011, a special committee of scientists submitted a report to the FDA. For this report, they had reviewed all published anti-tobacco industry-provided research on menthol, and they concluded that menthol poses a public health risk above that seen with non-menthol tobacco products. Their conclusion was based on the overwhelming evidence that menthol products are an entry into lifelong nicotine addiction, and that continued use of menthol-flavored tobacco products makes it harder to quit. Since then, research has shown similar impacts from other flavored tobacco products. The significance of removing flavors is due to the fact that flavors influence how the body interacts with nicotine and increases addiction to tobacco products. Big tobacco has historically preyed upon communities of color and upon the LGBTQ+ community. It is imperative that the evidence against these companies, as well as the evidence against menthol, be considered when weighing whether or not to address the clear and present public health crisis that is costing lives, LGBTQ+ lives, Black lives, Latinx lives, Studies have shown that including menthol in flavor regulations increases quit rates, specifically among menthol smokers. In the city of West Hollywood, this translates to quit rates that will save lives, Black lives, Latinx lives, and LGBT lives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Teagarden. Chris, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 6A.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. Only been on hold for 4 hours. I've watched your whole meeting. You guys are incredible. My name is Chris Teagarden. I'm with Teagarden Smoke and Vape. And I can only, speak for myself. This accounts for 30 to 35% of my business. The blessing is not lost on me. I drive to work every day and I see closed businesses. I still get to come to work and I still get to make a living. We've done everything we can to cut spending. We've cut water delivery. We've cut cleaning. We're not growing, but we're sustaining and we're surviving, and we're going to beat this. But if you pass this ordinance, this is going to be a critical hit. I've spoken with other business owners in the Chamber of Commerce meetings where this accounts for 50, 60, some of them 70% of their business. It will be a critical hit to their business. This is not stopping the use of this product. We're less than 2 square miles, as Councilmember Erickson pointed out. All this is doing is taking these people and giving them walking distance stores to an adjacent city to purchase these products and then come use them within the city limits of West Hollywood. It's not doing anything but stopping the sales. It is not stopping the usage. To me, it's kind of a moot. It's a moot move. Again, we've been able to sustain. We're going to beat this health-wise. We're going to beat this business-wise. But this ordinance is going to be a critical hit to many, many businesses. Meanwhile, today I paid my West Hollywood tax certificate, which is based on the gross revenue of my sales. So not only is it going to limit the amount of sales I get, but it's also going to decrease the amount of money that I give to the city of West Hollywood. And I assume cumulatively with all the liquor stores and all the smoke and vape shops and Pink Dot and 7-Elevens and everybody cumulatively is going to account to, hundreds of thousands of dollars of income into the city also. So not only is it lowering my revenue, it's lowering the city's revenue. And again, it's just pushing the end user out to buy them somewhere else. Again, thank you for taking my time. If you pass this ordinance, it will be a critical hit to dozens and dozens and dozens of businesses that will suffer the same fate of the businesses that I see when I drive to work every single day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Teagarden. Our next speaker is Jamie Rojas. Mr. Rojas, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 6A. Jamie Rojas.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Jaime Rojas, and I'm with the National Association of Tobacco Outlets. Our association represents many of the retailers in the city of West Hollywood and are completely against the ordinance as written. It was interesting to hear in the past 4 hours a variety of different topic items, specifically at the beginning about combustible marijuana. This issue was brought up in talking to some of the council members about the illegal use of vaping products, and it all of a sudden became an all-out war against flavored tobacco in general. We've seen the numbers, which many of the big anti-tobacco groups, and I say big because just in California alone, they have $500 million annually to spend, and usually spending on lobbying versus education outreach or investment in schools to be able to educate on the harms of vaping issues. We look and again, and the illegal use of tobacco dollars for this cause. We've already submitted to the Attorney General of California, to many of the people who are going to be speaking tonight on the lobbying done behind closed doors. As we know, the issue is in regards to education, and education does work. We've seen the numbers of youth usage in the past 20 years since the passing of the Master Settle Agreement. Cigarette use is at a low-time low. Cigars is at a low-time low. Smokeless tobacco, we're looking at everything below 5%. And the numbers on an annual basis from the FDA in the state of California on sting operation against retailers of West Hollywood is at a 95% success rate, meaning that only 5% of these retailers are selling to youth. We all know that tobacco products that are being given to youth are bought either online sales, which are not controlled by local governments, or their parents or adults giving it to them. Also, in addition to that, we're looking at the issue of vaping and not all tobacco products. We're asking that the council reconsider this, bring in the Chamber of Commerce of West Hollywood and other business retailers, and discuss the opportunity to look at this at a fair rate, at a fair and opportune rate. By this opportunity, we'll be able to come down and discuss these issues. We've known that also within the city of San Francisco, Oakland, and other jurisdictions, the flavored tobacco ban has not worked. And that's the reason why many of these anti-tobacco groups have not brought it up, because the flavor ban does not work in the past 4 to 5 years. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Rojas. Our next speaker is Brent Thornburg. Mr. Thornburg, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 6A.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Horvath and honorable council members. My name is Brent Thornburg, and I've lived in West Hollywood for about 12 years. And I'm here today to give my support for restrictions on the sale of flavored tobacco and for a ban on the redemption of coupons for tobacco products. This issue is very personal to me, as it is to so many people. I've lost family to emphysema. I've seen friends struggle with tobacco addiction, and I myself smoked for years. And like so many people in the LGBTQ plus community, I became a smoker by way of menthol cigarettes as a teenager. Smoking is the #1 preventable cause of mortality within our community. So I feel like we really have to continue to do everything we can to fix this problem. You know, I love that West Hollywood is progressive and forward thinking on so many issues. I really just loved listening to the conversation that we had about the minimum wage. But on this issue, you know, it's time to join some of the other cities in California, like San Francisco, our neighbor, Beverly Hills. You know, they have similar flavored tobacco ordinances to the one being considered. And we need to do it here in West Hollywood specifically because these flavored tobacco products are smoked at higher rates in both younger and LGBTQ people. So here in West Hollywood, of all places, it would go such a long way to make sure that members of the LGBTQ plus community don't become addicted to tobacco. So I want to thank you for your time, and thank you in advance for working to create a healthier and more equitable city by considering an amendment to West Hollywood's tobacco retail use.
Thank you, Mr. Thornburg. Our next speaker is Myra Bautista. Ms. Bautista, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 6A. Myra Bautista. Okay, our next speaker will be Art from Tabachi. Art, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 6A.
And this is Myra, I can go after, I'm sorry.
Okay. Go ahead, Art, you may begin.
Hi, this is Arthur Margarian. I'm a small business owner in West Hollywood. Good evening, City Council and the Mayor, and thank you for letting us speak up. My main point will be as far as like, I'm not going to talk about health impacts or anything of flavored tobacco. It's just going to be mostly like what I've seen through my experience being in business and what happened with Beverly Hills banning the flavored tobacco. I've seen everybody almost like talking to customers that they just go to different places and purchase their cigarettes and vapes. So it's all going to do is just take the business away from West Hollywood and the small businesses. And it's going to take it mostly to online or neighboring cities. And online market is not regulated at all. And it's known to be flooded with counterfeit products and God knows what kind of products. So I would really highly recommend reconsidering the ban on flavored tobacco. Thank you.
Thank you, Art. Our next speaker is Myra Bautista. Myra, you have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Myra and I represent NATO. I would like to give the board examples of cities that have adopted the flavored tobacco ban and how it has only made adult customers travel to nearby cities, kind of echoing what Mr. Jaime and Mr. Arthur said, and spending money elsewhere, taking the revenue from small business, and still the youth find a way to get it online. And like Mr. Arthur said, non-regulated sources. So those entities are bad and it's a problem. If the mission of the City Council is the public health and the usage of youth, then we obviously know that this has not solved the problem. Without proper treatment, education, or by just prohibiting it or banning does not reduce the usage or solve the public health problem, if that's what the council is trying to address. But instead, the city should look into being different and being innovative and work with the retailers and work with the school officials, if this is coming from the youth and public health, to find solutions. After spending time with businesses, they feel totally unheard. They feel unsupported, and they're in their very own cities paying taxes, like we heard the other person talk that today he paid his taxes, business license in a heavy regulated already industry. According to the FDA, West Hollywood only has a 5% violation in the last 10 years. So why hurt legal licenses business? If the argument is that the City Council clearly does not, what I've been hearing from all the businesses is that the City Council does not care about small business and their adult constituents, their choices. Over 1 million adults spoke up and they halted SB 793. During these foreseen times in the pandemic, we should really think about not destroying more businesses. It's simple. Let them stay alive. My recommendation, since the city of West Hollywood does not have a problem with minors being sold tobacco, the city's council should wait for the SB 793. It's just a year and a half from now. Let the businesses get through the pandemic, get rid of their inventories, and decide if they want to stay in the business. So take it off your hands and give it to the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Myra. Our next speaker is Paul Secon. Paul, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 6A.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Paul, you
Hello,
have 2 minutes. Go ahead, yes.
All right. Hi, my name is Paul Secon. I'm calling from a different aspect. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm in the Bay Area. I heard what was going on from a couple of my friends, and they asked me how detrimental this will be. Right now, our gas stations are dead in our city. Everybody drives to the other city to get the cigarettes, so you lose your tax dollars. Number two, we lost about 30%, so we had about 70 stores in our city and 25 have closed. That sucks, and it wasn't the pandemic that did it. It was this ordinance. Now, all the elected officials who actually voted for it, the ones who proposed, they're all out of office now. Lee Thomas, he lost because, let's be honest, he supported this and all the small business people organized against him. This is not a threat to you. I'm just telling you the truth. The guy who beat him didn't even spend $1. Feel free to Google it. But at the end of the day, I guess what I'm trying to tell you guys is just think for a second before you harm people. Let the people vote. It's about to come to a vote in about a year and a half. So just let the people vote. Second thing is, if you really think about it, if you are going to do this, make sure you give these people enough time to sell their inventory. We sign contracts for a year. We're stuck in leases. Even though the business goes up, we sell our business or business goes under, we still have to pay the lease. So you need to give these people enough time to at least get out of their business. Don't be like it's 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. It's literally a year. How the hell are you going to pay $70,000, $100,000? Then you're going to be homeless. So think about that aspect too. But at the end of the day, you guys are merciful. We think that you guys are really smart. You're elected officials and you represent the entire community. Just realize that is your job, to represent the entire community, not just a couple people who don't live in your area. I'm just a voice that's calling from out of town. But the funny part is, I heard the people calling, and they're also calling from out of town, the anti-tobacco people, because I've seen them, and they went to our city, and they'll go to yours too. Best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secon. Our next speaker is Rima Corey. Rima, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 6A.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Rima Corey. I'm General Counsel for Fumari, a premium hookah tobacco manufacturer and one of the founding members of the National Hookah Community Association, which was formed to protect and preserve the culture and tradition of hookah. A flavored tobacco ban is a hookah ban because all hookah comes in flavors. Hookah has been around for 1,000 years and is practiced by Persians, Armenians, Arabs, Indians, and Turks. Many of these minority communities call West Hollywood their home. Hookah is a uniquely social custom that is often seen at celebratory events and special occasions. Different from cigarettes and vape that is used compulsively throughout the day, 90% of hookah users use hookah once a month. Hookah tobacco cannot be used in vapes, rolled, or chewed. It can only be used in a hookah water pipe. Hookah is a centerpiece for friends and family to come together, connect, and bond. It is often offered to guests as a sign of respect and hospitality, which was the custom hundreds of years ago and is still the custom today. Hookahs are traditionally 3 feet tall and take 15 to 20 minutes to set up. Hot coals are used, which take several minutes to heat up. Hookahs are not easily portable and difficult to conceal. Kids are not smoking hookahs in schools, and you never hear of a hookah being confiscated at school. Governor Gavin Newsom stated in his September 2019 executive order address that hookah is not the problem in schools. Hookah is not the problem. Please do not ban the rich cultural tradition of hookah, which has nothing to do with the current problems with youth usage and access. We ask you to please mirror SB 793 that the state of California passed in their flavor ban, which exempts hookah, and help preserve our right to practice our cultural traditions. Please don't let our cultural tradition become collateral damage for a problem that is completely unrelated to hookah. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corey. Our next speaker is Alexa Warman. Alexa, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 6A. Alexa, you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Horvath and City Council members. My name is Alexa Warman, and I am the Community Advocacy Advisor for the American Heart Association. I'm providing comments on behalf of Dr. Richard Sheeman, who could not be here. He is the Chief of Cardiac Surgery and Distinguished Professor of Surgery at the UCLA School of Medicine, the Co-Director of the Cardiovascular Center, and the President of the American Heart Association, Los Angeles. The American Heart Association supports ending the sale of all flavored tobacco products without exemptions as an evidence-based policy to reduce tobacco use. Over 75 communities in the state of California have chosen to protect their residents today by restricting the sale of flavored tobacco. All flavored tobacco products are being intentionally used to target youth, the LGBTQ community, and communities of color into a lifetime of nicotine addiction. Unfortunately, the policy before you includes an exemption that permits the sale of any flavored tobacco products at a downtown restaurant with on-site hookah smoking. This is problematic because it continues to allow easy access to flavored tobacco in West Hollywood. It also exposes restaurant employees and the public to deadly secondhand smoke. Just like other tobacco products, hookah smoke contains high levels of toxins and carcinogens and is linked to heart disease and lung and oral cancers. The California Department of Public Health reports that hookah smoking is most common among young adults aged 18 to 24, in large part because of flavors like Tutti Frutti, Gummy Bear, and Cola. Nearly 80% of youth hookah users say they use hookah because it comes in flavors they like. I urge the council to end the sale of all flavored tobacco products without exemptions for any product or any location. We need bold action to protect residents today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Warman. Our next speaker is Chris Wilson. Chris, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 6A.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Chris Wilson with the Los Angeles Business with the LA County Business Federation, known as LA BizFed. It's composed of 210 business organizations representing over 450,000 employers who employ over 4 million Californians. We come to you tonight to urge you to respectfully reject the item before you that seeks to prohibit the sale of flavored tobacco products and electronic devices in the city of West Hollywood. We have concerns that a local flavored ban, such as this one, would move all flavored traditional tobacco products and electronic vapor products out of the city's control and into illicit markets that would grow exponentially. We also fear that such a ban would create unintended consequences by shifting sales from law-abiding retailers to illegal sources who do not check IDs. Retailers have done everything possible to survive the pandemic, but if West Hollywood retailers must remove hundreds of flavored products from their shelves, it will be very difficult to compete with retailers in neighboring localities where employee layoffs and even store closures are real possibilities. For these reasons and more, we respectfully urge the West Hollywood City Council to reject passing this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Our next speaker is Isa Abouita. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Isa, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 6A.
Good evening, council members. My name is Isa Abouita, also one of the founding members of the National Hookah Community Association. Our association is dedicated to protecting the cultural practice of hookah, which has been a social practice for many centuries. On behalf of the diverse group of minorities that enjoy hookah within West Covina, we humbly request that the council recognize the cultural importance of hookah to their constituents and exempt it from the proposed flavor ban, like the state of California did in its recent action with the passage of Senate Bill 793. We all know that the problems caused as a result of flavored vaping products, but those issues don't exist with hookah, which has been around for ages and has never caused a youth use epidemic. In fact, according to the Youth Tobacco Survey, hookah use is low and declining. It is one of the least used tobacco products among youth. Specifically, only 2.6% of youth have used hookah compared to 26% of youth have used vaping products. In addition, hookah smoking is relatively infrequent. According to the FDA, most hookah users only consume hookah once per month, a stark contrast to vaping or cigarettes, which are daily use products. We hope that the council recognize the important distinctions between hookah and other flavored tobacco products and balance the public health interest with the importance of hookah as a long-standing cultural practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Isa. Our next speaker is Arnold Abramamian. Arnold, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 6A.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, council members. This is Arnie Abramian, President of National Hookah Community Association and also the President of Armenian Trade and Labor Association. And first and foremost, I would love to thank you for the recognition of Artsakh motion that was made. It is not lost. We greatly appreciate it. The Armenian community and myself, Armenian born and raised in LA. I literally drove through West Hollywood all my life. My father owned a mechanic body shop on Pico and Doheny, so I had to drive up Doheny and down Sunset and go home to Glendale. But I would love to also ask council members, mayor, and the city staff to exclude hookah from the current flavor ban, because up in Sacramento, our Senator Anthony Portantino excluded hookah from the SB 38. That's when we became part of the conversation with the antis, because before that, hookah wasn't even part of the conversation. As the governor personally told me, he said, Arnie, you guys shouldn't even be in this conversation. Then Senator Ben Allen, who had previously signed on to SB 38, decided to sign off and did not co-author SB 793 because of the respect towards the culture and traditions of hookah. And I personally had 2 meetings with him. I met with Senator Jerry Hill, the author of the SB 793, who after conversations was highly educated on hookah, whereas before he had no idea the importance of the cultural tradition and the value and the actual practice of smoking a hookah, which takes 15 to 20 minutes to set up. The process, the hookah itself, you cannot hide. Not once. I asked the senator, I said, Senator, if you could tell me, show me once that a child took a hookah to school, and I will agree with your existing bill as it is. And he said, I've never heard of it. It's never happened. So please exclude hookah. The Iranian Armenian community, the Armenian community, and there's a lot of elderlies that do practice smoking hookah, and they would love to practice it at home, not just at a hookah lounge. So please mirror SB 793. Thank you, and God bless you all for the work you do, because it's almost 11 and I'm standing in front of my house waiting to speak to you before I go in. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chris. Chris, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 6A. Chris? Okay, our next speaker is Manny Marabi. Manny, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 6A.
Good evening, council members. Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Manny. I'm the owner of Smoke for Less, located on Santa Monica Boulevard. We've been in business for over 12 years. We are extremely closely regulated by the FDA, the state, the county, the sheriff's department, and the city of West Hollywood. We've never been given a single citation for any underage sales. I don't think that banning all tobacco flavors together is going to be the way to resolve this issue.
Manny, you muted yourself. Press *6 again. Manny?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Go ahead. It's okay.
What I was saying is, I don't think we're addressing the youth epidemic by banning this. It's not retail stores that are selling it to underage. We're so closely monitored. The city's on us, the state's on us. If you guys ban this, it's going to be, you're shutting down our store, you're shutting down all these tobacco stores up and down the street. There's already a huge problem with local stores being shut down. All my neighbors in the area are shut down. Our entire shopping center is for lease. We're one of the last stores that are remaining. We've been in business for a long time. All of our employees reside in the city of West Hollywood. They've been with me for over a decade, and I really don't know how to tell them they lost their job too now in the pandemic over something that hasn't been a problem. There's been no underage sales in this area. Banning the sale of all these tobacco products is going to drive people to just drive one city over, just like how people have come to us from Beverly Hills and all over town. People don't mind to drive an extra few minutes away. Kids these days are much smarter with online systems.
Mr. Marabi?
Yeah.
Your 2 minutes are up. I'm sorry. We have several speakers after you on this item as well.
Go on.
Thank you for calling. The next speaker is George Johnson. Mr. Johnson, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 6A.
Hello, Honorable City Council and Mayor. This is George Johnson. I manufacture a traditional wooden hookah pipe called Regal Hookah. I am also a founding member of the National Hookah Community Association. I'm here to urge the City Council to consider drafting a fair and balanced ordinance with exemptions similar to SB 793 I grew up in San Diego, but I have very fond memories of coming up to West Hollywood and having a good time. I mean, it's my neighborhood, and you know, adults like flavors too. I personally enjoy flavored hookah products, and there is literally no unflavored hookah product. So a flavor ban would be a outright ban on hookah as it is practiced today. In regards to one of the women's the comments about Coca-Cola and Tutti Frutti, yes, I like these flavors too. You know, in our association, we've gotten companies to get rid of candy flavored names, you know, and we're pushing for best practices. And when she says an evidence-based approach, you know, I can tell you that you can't say that hookah is the highest used product among 18 to 24-year-olds, not according to the Youth Tobacco Survey, which is numbers that they like to cite all the time. You know, I mean, it's 2% in California. Hookah is the second lowest rate used tobacco product in the country. I mean, it's ridiculous. When she says that all of these people, and she's speaking in ultimatums, that just goes against any scientific-based evidence. There's no such thing as ultimatums here, like as ultimates. So, you know, hookah has less than 15% of the constituent components are tobacco. And you know, we're not talking about the artificial nicotine, like salt-based nicotines that go into vapes. We're talking about a natural product. You know, the values on most hookah tobacco are 0.05% nicotine. That is 1/100th the concentration of e-cigarettes. 95% compliance in West Hollywood. You know, I looked up the data on the FDA website, and there has been 0 infractions for hookah. There's been 0 infractions for cigars. There's actually been 0 infractions for vaping products. It's all been packs of cigarettes that were sold. I mean, when we would go out to Rage or go out to the Abbey, I mean, it just goes hand in hand when you've had too many drinks to go pick up a pack of smokes. I mean, I agree. No one under 21 should ever get their hands on tobacco.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Bye.
Thank you. The final speaker is Afrak Vargas. Mr. Vargas, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 6A. Mr. Vargas? You may press *6 to unmute yourself. There you go. Go ahead.
Thank you. And here is to being the last guy in line. Yay. Council, thank you very much. My name is Afrak Vargas, and I'm the lead lobbyist for the National Hookah Community Association. I live and work in Sacramento. My work is almost entirely legislative and policy based. We came together as an organization 2 years ago when we saw the anti-tobacco organizations pushing legislation to prevent underage smoking, specifically targeting flavored vape. And we thought, good, that is good policy. But unfortunately, the language and the legislation went too far. So we had to work very, very hard to educate legislators on the cultural significance of hookah to the Middle Eastern community and others, of which West Hollywood has a significant population. It took a lot of work, but we were successful in negotiating with legislators like Senator Ben Allen and Assemblymember Bloom, who were original authors or co-authors of SB 38. And like our president mentioned, Senator Ben Allen noted that he had an issue in his district. And so he held off until the amendments, which he helped support, were implemented, and then came on in support of SB 793 once we were cut out. And that took lots and lots of meetings, and we negotiated those amendments with the California Medical Association, with Tobacco Free Kids, and with the cancer societies and lung associations, the supporters that are supporting this legislation. These amendments took months and months and months with stakeholders and hundreds of hours. And we came away with a better bill. We did not want to get in the way of those legislators seeking to end what was then a pandemic of underage smoking, specifically targeting flavored vapes. So we asked you to please respect the 1,000-year-old Middle Eastern tradition and custom of hookah, and ask that you follow the state policy that took many, many people, from many differing opinions, including many of the supporters that have called in today, hours and hours and hours to negotiate, which ultimately excluded hookah, shisha, tobacco from flavored bans. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you, Mayor. That was our final speaker.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm on the other page. Okay, very good. Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wondered if staff could please briefly tell us what's happening at the state level.
Yeah, absolutely, Mayor Pro Tem Meister. So in December of last year, so Senate Bill 793 was placed on hold by the California Attorney General and the Secretary of State. And as part of a stipulated agreement that they entered in with the referendum petitioners, they have essentially paused on the effect of the Senate bill, which was scheduled to occur on January 1st of this year, and have postponed that until after the vote in the November 2022 election. So that is where they're at right now.
Okay. And Danny, can you also speak to, we had several commenters address the issue of hookah, and I understand from their comments that it was excluded from the state law, but you have in staff's version included it. And so I just wondered if you had a reason for that and if you could explain your thinking behind that. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, Mayor. So, so our exclusion would only not allow the single hookah cafe that we have that is operating in the city from not selling flavored tobacco for off-site consumption. However, in the proposed ordinance, it does provide an exemption for that legal non-conforming hookah cafe that does operate in the city. From continuing to allow on-site consumption. So folks could still come to the hookah lounge, they could still, purchase the flavored tobacco and then consume it on-site. However, somebody wouldn't be capable of being able to come into that hookah cafe and purchase the flavored tobacco no differently than they would from the other tobacco retailers that we have in the city. In terms of what we're imposing with the proposed ordinance. So that is what we are recommending and propose to City Council. Of course, if City Council desires to exempt and allow the hookah from also providing the retail sale of flavored tobacco products, then they could choose to do that. Council could do that, and we could revise the ordinance accordingly.
Councilmember Shine.
Thank you. By the way, the person who created hookah was Persian, and I absolutely agree with the cultural significance of hookah as a tradition that started in really India by a Persian and then expanded through the Middle East and then eventually to the West. I personally have an issue with not exempting hookah and specifically with hookah lounges for a couple of reasons. One is the cultural significance and the fact that I don't believe that hookah lounges are what are creating our teen epidemic, and the state had this exemption too. And they did go through a lot of negotiations and time and research and came up with a different these exemptions. I also don't like us giving just one hookah lounge / restaurant, in a way, kind of a monopoly of sorts. So it's really hard to even open up hookah lounges and hookah businesses because I believe Pie on Sunset had been grandfathered in when there was an ordinance passed that says you can't sell food on site for hookah lounges. So that in itself is already difficult. But I would like to propose an exemption for hookah lounges. And I have a couple of questions. One is with respect to, I guess I have one question, the referendum. If the referendum passes in November 2022, I'd like to understand how that would affect what we may do tonight. In other words, if this passes and basically knocks down the state law, would we be affected by what we decide? And that's basically what I'd like to know.
Yeah, so Councilmember Shine, what is being proposed, there is a statement written in the state bill that essentially allows local jurisdictions the ability to impose greater restrictions. So, you know, whether they pass or vote on it or it doesn't pass, the city essentially still has the capability of, again, creating their own ordinance if that's what they choose.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to get some clarity on that.
Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank all the commenters who stayed until 11 at night to comment on this. It's appreciated, especially in this world of Zoom. I too share the same concerns as my colleague, Councilmember Shine, regarding hookah. I was able to actually meet with the individuals and then dive into my own research. I don't think I've ever known so much about hookah in my life, but nevertheless, here we are. You are right, Chris, that it was created by a Persian, so thank you for correcting that historical fact. So I am open to that exemption as well. I do believe the cultural significance is there. I don't believe it is the root of the problem with flavored tobacco. I support this item in exempting I support the item, but I think the hookah aspect is one thing. And I too, who have been to Pie on Sunset, I agree with what my colleague has said as well. And I do think that while we are grandfathering them in, I think holistically we have to look at it in a different way. And so I am in support of that as well.
Okay. Councilmember D'Amico.
So I think Pie on Sunset got an exemption, Danny, because we don't allow for people to work where there's just to serve food where they're smoking. Is that right? I mean, I just want to sort of understand if we create an exemption, how we, because I agree having a sort of monopoly on hookah restaurants. That's a pretty, that on the Sunset Strip, that's a pretty nice, sort of setup for one business.
Yeah, Councilmember D'Amico, you're absolutely correct. And back in 2011, the city did adopt, an ordinance and then did provide an exemption to at that time, to existing hookah cafes. But that essentially, by definition, in our municipal code, speaks to, any sort of hookah establishment. And so the intent of that was to address, outdoor dining in public areas and so forth. And so they were provided that legal non-conforming, or as usually termed, grandfathered in aspect. And so since then, if there were to be a potential hookah cafe or establishment that would propose to open in the city, they have not been allowed to open with the exception of those two. And one of them has since closed. And so Pie on Sunset is the only remaining establishment left.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, Danny. So if a business owner wants to open up just a hookah lounge and not sell any food, they could do that potentially under the ordinance as it is now.
That my understanding is that is not correct. So I did check in with planning before bringing forth this item, and so my understanding is we would not allow a hookah cafe as it's termed. And I know the cafe part alludes to the food part, but in the definition that would not be the case. So we don't have any other hookah lounges or cafes. Pie on Sunset is the only hookah cafe that is operating at this time.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you. I was just going to give my opinion on this. I think we should just wait for the state and see what happens with the state and with the referendum. But I think the benefit of waiting is that if what these businesses say is true in terms of contracts and the ability to get out of contracts, this puts them on notice that there is interest in this in the city of West Hollywood. But we can also see what the state does and then be under the state law if the referendum fails. I also think that hookah should be exempt, regardless of how my colleagues vote on this. But personally, I'm not supportive of this. I think that we should be waiting for the state.
Okay. So it seems like there is a majority desire for a hookah exemption. Is that when you talk about that, is that just for the existing business? Is that also for hookah products in the various businesses? Can you get clear about what that exemption is? So anybody who wants to define it, Councilmember Shine.
Sure. Thank you. My understanding is if hookah products are sold, they're only used for hookah, right? So we're not talking about vapes or other types of flavored tobacco that could be, and I'm not an expert, rolled or however is consumed. If a hookah, flavored hookah is sold at a hookah lounge or a tobacco shop, can that only be used for hookah? Does anybody know that answer?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Shine, I don't know if that was intended or if you were asking. I'm not an expert as well when it comes to the different types of products that are sold at a hookah lounge.
Seems like Mr. Abramian wanted to chime in.
Yes. Yes, this is the president, Mr. Abramian, Arnie Abramian. That is a no. That's a hard no. Hookah tobacco can only be smoked out of a hookah pipe. It cannot be rolled in a joint or a blunt and smoked. It cannot be smoked out of a weed pipe. It cannot be smoked out of a bong. It has to be heated, not burnt. So the hookah tobacco gets packed in a bowl, and then you heat up coals and put on top of it for it to pretty much for the session to begin. So you cannot smoke hookah tobacco in any way, shape, or form other than a hookah itself.
Okay, so that clarifies that. Councilmember Shine, go ahead.
So with that said, I would like to exempt not only for businesses or other businesses that might want to be in the city, but also the sale of hookah products at the smoke shops.
Okay. So the hookah lounge and the hookah products.
Yes.
Okay. Hookah products at other retailers. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, it's late, so I just want to make sure I get really clear and we get it right. So there's been one one comment regarding not moving forward with this item at this time and leaving it to the state. Is that anybody else's feeling? Or are we prepared to move forward with the item as it was written with this hookah exemption?
I do think it's, I mean, I think there's good reason to let the state work it out. I think there's also, you know, good reason to take a stand. Our city takes stands on items all the time. We have positions about things, you know, we don't allow puppy mills. We never had one. We never will. You can't move your elephant around with a, you know, with a hooked stick. Nobody ever did, you know, so that's an important thing, to take a stand, to be on the record, to join other municipalities in helping to craft countywide, statewide, national policy. I listened to the speakers talk about their businesses and the economic impact, and I'm sort of a little confused about it, because though I don't know every nook and cranny of our 2 square miles, I don't know how many shops there are that sell these kinds of products, and then further that these kinds of products are what keep those shops in business. But I hear them, and I know, you know, most businesses, especially in the last year, have worked on very tight margins. So taking away 10% of their business could be the difference between having a business and not. So I'm sensitive to that, and that's in fact why I'm interested in, you know, our city considering waiting until the state does that. If we don't, I do think we should do what was suggested, is we should put 12 months, or at least January 1st, 2022 between us and the last day that it can be sold, so that people can work with their landlords, get out of their leases, you know, sell off their products, stop ordering it, whatever that might be. I know in the past, when we prohibited the sale of fur, we gave, I think it was almost 18 months for people to get out of their inventory and their orders. And I just don't think that's a bad idea. I think the message will be sent. People can begin to react and take responsible actions to stop selling those products, maybe move their business if that's the right next choice for them. So those are my thoughts about it, and I'm willing to sort of see where everyone's going and join the crowd.
Okay, Councilmember Shine.
Thank you. Councilmember D'Amico, I'm glad you brought up that point. I also am very cognizant of small businesses and effects on small business, and I would be open to putting a certain time extension for the sale of flavored tobacco products. But as far as the tobacco use of coupons and discounts, I think that's something I feel strongly we should get rid of. But that will give businesses time to get rid of their inventory, figure things out, maybe be creative in coming up with some alternatives, whether it's, where are we now, in February, January 1st, we'll give them 10 months or so. And eager to hear what our colleagues think about that.
So I'm clear, your suggestion is to move forward with the coupon ban immediately or in some short order, and you have a ban, or to that the other aspect of this item would be implemented Jan 1, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you. I'm for banning the coupon stuff right away. I mean, I hear the concerns of the businesses. I guess, you know, reading and seeing the studies regarding the flavored tobacco, I'm just not, I don't know if I can support that. I get it. I don't know how I'll vote on it yet. I want to make sure that if they have to move, they can. I don't know. I feel like they have other businesses. They'll have other business revenue. Maybe not. I don't sell these things, so I can't speak to how this will be out. I want to move the item forward in a way that can be constructive to find a way in which we can bridge outlawing this in that way that I think meets all the demands that we're looking to, right, that we're talking about. But how we're getting there, I think we're moving a little bit too slow maybe on that. I don't know. What was the date you said, Mayor, regarding the getting rid of the stocks and stuff? I know you said a date right before I went in, and it's not registering.
January 1, 2022.
January 1, 2022.
Yes, that was the date that was suggested.
I don't know if I want to give a full year personally. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how many boxes of flavored things these people have. I don't know if people will be willing to do 6 months, you know, versus a year, but you know, I'm happy to have this conversation. And then I go back to then saying, you know, seeing that if we're going to wait that long, then Mayor Pro Tem Meister makes a very good point. So to see where we're going. So anyways, that's my comments right now in a convoluted way.
Okay, so it sounds like if we're going to move forward, that the item would, that the recommendation would be to move forward in short order on the coupons. Danny, how quickly could we move forward with that part of the item? What does immediately mean in reality?
In terms of the coupon portion?
Yes.
It could be from you know, the date of the ordinance effective date. So, you know, we would have a second reading next council meeting, and then 30 days from that point. So Lauren, what are we looking at? March 15th or March 16th?
March 16th, I think.
Yeah, March 16th.
Yes. Okay, so so we would have action on the coupons that would have it be in effect March 16th, assuming second reading also moves forward. And then the other, so let's do that aspect first. Coupons first, immediately. We'll move it as written in the current staff report.
I'll second it.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember D'Amico. Oh, sorry, Lauren, did you want to?
Well, it's written as one ordinance, so would it be possible to see who supported first, and then we'll see if there's actually pieces we need to carve out of the ordinance that wouldn't get approved? I'm trying to see if you can do it all tonight, or if it's too many changes and we'd have to bring it back.
Carve outs of the coupon part or all of it? Because I think we're gonna all be in agreement on the coupon part.
Right, I just don't want you to adopt it yet before we know if the other part's going forward, so I can see what changes would need to be made.
Okay, all right, so we will divide the vote then. Coupons, great. And then as far as the other part, we would exempt hookah lounge, the existing hookah lounges and hookah products in tobacco retailer locations. So I don't know if that has to be read into the ordinance somewhere. So Lauren, I'll take your direction on where that needs to go. And that the effective date for this new ordinance, that it would go into effect January 1, 2022.
Okay, so the language to do that.
Hold on one second. We need to know if there's a second.
Yeah.
Second.
Yes.
There's a second. Okay, good. All right.
Before we second, Mayor, when you read the exempting the hookah lounges, you said existing, and I think we were, and maybe this is a further discussion, I would, yes, exempting Pie on Sunset, which is the only existing one, but I want to do an exemption for future. I don't want this ordinance to then completely ban us from being able to give a hookah license to future businesses that want to open up a hookah lounge in our city.
And what I heard from staff is that there's existing policy that prevents the opening of hookah lounges. So I think in order to address that issue, we would have to have sort of a separate item to undo the previous action on hookah lounges, which we could do. I just don't think we can do that tonight, which is why I said,
Thank you.
Yeah, no, totally. Okay, so Lauren Langer, you wanted to get into the language on where we could write in that exemption and the date.
Yes. Okay. So section 3 of the ordinance, where it adds a new subsection J to 5.114.050. The very first sentence of J says, no tobacco retailer shall sell any flavored tobacco product. I would put comma, and I'm borrowing this language from the state law because everyone, the public commenter said that that was written correctly, except flavored shisha tobacco for use in a hookah is permitted. That's how I would write that. And then as for the timing, section 6 at the end of the ordinance, it has our normal language saying the ordinance shall take effect 30 days after the passage and adopted pursuant to the government code 36937. And then I would add comma, except 5.114050J shall not take effect until January 1, 2022. So just the flavored tobacco prohibition, sale and the prohibition on sale of flavored tobacco would be the section that does not go into effect until January 1, 2022. The coupon portion would go into effect in March.
Okay. Is everybody clear? Oh, Danny Rivas. Got to make sure staff knows what's going on.
Sorry. There was just one correction too that I wanted to just add to the motion, and that would be that we identified that in the last sentence of section 5.114050L, we needed to make a correction with the section we have cited 7.08.030 E5, and we want to change that to 7.08034 or 30, excuse me, E4. So the last number is changing from 5 to 4, and we identified that. So we'd like that to be a part of that as well.
Okay. So is everybody clear what we're voting on? Do we have any additional comments? Councilmember Erickson.
Yeah, I want to vote for this, but I just don't want to wait till January 1st, 2022. And that's where I'm really stuck. And I support the exempting of existing hookah lounges, however we just phrased whatever conversation you just had, obviously the coupons, but I think if we're going to do it, we should just do it versus waiting however many months it should be. So that's still where I'm at. So I don't know.
Councilmember Shine.
Would you be open to 6 months? And of course, I want to hear from Councilmember D'Amico, who brought up the months as well. I'd be open to 6 months, given that we're allowing still the sale of the hookah products. I think it gives the businesses a little bit more sales opportunities, and perhaps 6 months would allow them to get some of their inventory out.
I am amenable to 6 months.
Councilmember D'Amico.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I think what we know is that not much of this product is sold in our city. So I think either, as I said earlier, I will follow sort of how this is developing. I think it's fine. Sure.
Okay, 6 months. So instead of Jan 1, we're looking at 6 months from implementation of the ordinance. Danny, did I have that language right?
Yes, you do. And so that, I believe that would take us to September 15th.
Okay. So it sounds like everybody's amenable to that language. Is there any other comment, concern? Okay. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Since it was quite some time ago, who was the maker of the motion and the second?
Councilmember D'Amico made the motion. Councilmember Shine seconded.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
No.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Okay. So that was our last item on the agenda. Do we have any additional public comment tonight?
Mayor, we did have one additional speaker for item 6A. If you would still like to speak now, I'll unmute him. Eddie Martinez, if you would like to speak. Eddie, press *6 to unmute yourself, and you have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, my name is Eddie Martinez. I'm the Out Against Big Tobacco chair, coalition chair, and we had some technical issues earlier, and I was supposed to give a 2-minute speech, and it's late, so I don't want to give a 2-minute speech. I just want to say thank you for your leadership. I used to live in West Hollywood for 14 years before I moved back to help care for my mom in Huntington Park, and I always looked up to the city of West Hollywood for always being pioneers and leaders and always thinking about our overall well-being as a human being. So I thank you for what you're doing tonight and for your leadership. And just know that people in other cities like Huntington Park do look at West Hollywood for your leadership. And thank you so much. Take care and good night.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you. And do we have any additional comments from council? Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I just wanted to ask to make sure that someone from Social Services reaches out to David Nash, who commented earlier tonight. And then I've gotten a number of complaints about the teleconferencing, the format not being consistent from commission to commission or commission or board to council. Sometimes there are passcodes, sometimes there aren't. People should be able to see the commissioners. People should be able to see the speakers. I tried to get to view a commission meeting that was happening that was already in progress, and I was unable to get in. So I'm just concerned. I just want to make sure that we try to format these teleconferencing meetings, since we'll be doing them, it looks like, for a while longer, to try to make sure that we have some consistency, and to try to make them as public friendly as we can. Thank you.
Wait till you have to run them, Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, then I'll have to have that little dog on my lap.
Winston really did steal the show tonight.
He really did, I know. Member Shine.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Meister. I echo your sentiments about having the consistency. I've also had people reach out to me as well. Also, I did hear an issue with regard to WehoTV from a resident that was not able to, apparently on Spectrum Channel 10, they can't tape it because it's in segments, and then later when they watch it, it cuts off at 11:30. There's something going on with the Spectrum. If I know that it's a separate entity showing that, but if there's anything we can do, that would be helpful. Additionally, I have noticed that we are getting double comments. We're getting comments from the public that are emailing us and then coming to council and also speaking. I would like to I think I would prefer to get one comment, whether it's an email or you're speaking, because it feels like it's kind of going above your two-minute mark under the Brown Act. So if we can, Lauren, I don't know what your thoughts are. You can look into that and see what potential changes we may need to make to stop that from happening. I also want to thank Mayor Horvath for asking me to co-sponsor the Vision Zero plan with you, and our colleagues for unanimously passing it on consent. I'm very excited about continuing to move our city forward in all ways for traffic safety and safety for bikes and other micromobility users. So.
Any other comments? I believe Councilmember Shine has a birthday before we're together again. So happy birthday, Councilmember Shine.
Thank you. I think it's after, but I really appreciate you bringing it. Yes, it's on the 19th and we meet on the 16th.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm too early then, but we'll celebrate all over again in 2 weeks. Until then, happy Valentine's Day, happy President's Day, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you. We are adjourned.
Thank you.